Il microfono è acceso. Buongiorno a tutti, buenos días, bienvenidos a la Escuela Española de Historia y Arqueología en Roma. Yo en primer lugar quiero agradecer a todos los intervinientes en este seminario, en este congreso organizado por María Ángeles UTRERO y Simón Pierre, por la disponibilidad a viajar a Roma en tiempos todavía inciertos, y en nombre de la escuela os doy las gracias por esto. Creo sinceramente que este seminario, por lo que la escuela a través de María Ángeles ha apostado muchísimo en la organización, va a ser seguramente una referencia primero para nuestras actividades de divulgación científica, y sobre todo va a ser una referencia científica de gran envergadura. Estoy seguro, viendo el programa. No sé cuál será el éxito de este seminario, pero estoy seguro de que es necesario, viendo ya el programa y la calidad de las intervenciones, es necesario publicar este evento y animar a los organizadores sobre todo a plantear una edición futura, una continuación de este congreso con temáticas afines y diferentes, o con la ampliación de la cronología de actuación de las temáticas presentadas hoy para el año que viene. Así que, María Ángeles, estás ya invitada a preparar una continuación, una segunda etapa de esta actividad. No os voy a hacer perder más tiempo porque el programa es muy denso, y anticipadamente me voy a disculpar con vosotros porque no podré acompañaros en todos los momentos, y sobre todo el viernes, donde tengo un sopralluogo, entre comillas, en Villa Adriana. Os deseo un buen seminario, estoy seguro que será un gran seminario y sobre todo un gran debate científico para estos días. Y dejo la palabra a los organizadores del evento. Gracias.
Thank you, Antonio. Good afternoon, everyone. My intervention will be very short, since I want to leave space actually for Simon, who will briefly explain the origins and the scientific aims of this conference. Actually, I will concentrate on thanking people, welcoming and explaining minor changes in the program. It is fair beginning by thanking Robert Schick, who we are watching through the stream, who some months ago was fortunately invited by Simon and by myself to participate at 2 different seminars, and had the idea of getting us in contact to organize the conference we are attending today. Despite of the fact that Simon and me did not know each other, we decided to join efforts and resources to organize an event in times of COVID. His preliminary list of contributors were devoted mainly to the study of East, while my list was rather focused on the West, showing these both tendencies, our own scientific backgrounds, and how necessary was thereby to converge today. I would like to think that this is the main success of this meeting, but this will have to be confirmed or not next Friday. Our respective institutions have helped us both economically and administratively to be able to undertake the organization, namely the Escuela Española de Historia y Arqueología, where we meet, part of the SCHICK, has offered us a place to meet us, and also the valuable help of the director, Antonio Pizzo, Esther Barrondo, and Juan Carlos García, who have been key to well organize many other aspects related to the organization. I would like to thank you for having accepted our invitation, even when we didn't know each other as well, having made the effort to come to Rome, and having joining us to celebrate this conference. Researchers Robert Schick, Armen Kazarian, Anna Leone, Hafed Abdouli, and Daniel Reynolds are not able finally to come because of different reasons, but they will participate through Zoom system as you are watching now. Only Audrey Didi will not be able to participate at all. Her participation was foreseen for Friday morning. Welcome, obviously, as well to the audience, both in person and online, for the interest shown in attending this event. I have to say that many students and professionals have written to us in order to attend the conference, and I hope they will be able to follow us through YouTube channel, where chat can be also sent to send the question. Again, thank you for being here. I hope the effort deserves the results, and I give the floor to Simon.
Where is it? Oh yeah. Okay. Can you share it? Yeah. Sorry. Thank you very much, Maria. So I will also begin by thanking all the institutions we have who have helped us for this conference to be attended. So Antonio Pizzo for his warm welcoming and help from this institution, the EEHAR, and the EEHAR, which is the Spanish School of Arabic Studies in Granada, where Maria was affiliated, and the help of the gestionnaire, of the administrator Abel Diaz, and the Ifpo Beirut. So the initiative of my part of the conference was Pauline, the director of the Arabic medieval studies, and the help and support, very important, of the co-director of the Ifpo Beirut from the Archaeological and History of Antiquity, Dominique Pierry, and Eric Coignard was the administrator at the Ifpo also, and the UMR 8067, which is a mixed research and university center in Paris with a lot of institutions. And I had the strong support of Vincent Desroches from the Byzantine and Jean-Pierre Van Stevel from Medieval Islam, and their administrator Abdelahi Aouka, and the support of Françoise Brucal-Châtenay from the Monde Sémitique, that I thank in person, and the help of Marie-Véronique Diamant, the administrator from there, who was very, very, very kind and very efficient. So I will try to present very rapidly, very short historiographical presentation of the inspiration of this conference that had begun with the La Syrie de Byzance à l'Islam. It was a conference in the early 1990s. And also there were many conferences in the early 21st century on the on the settlements issues between late antiquity and early Islam. So a problem of continuity, transition, change, breaks between late antiquity and early Islam. And this is the chronological approach of this conference. And later, Le Proche-Orient de Justinien aux Abbasides, again, on different historical and archaeological issues of this very interesting period and very complicated and sometimes a little bit difficult to apprehend. And the other axis is obviously on the confessional issues, the communal issues, the construction of the churches as institutions. Yeah. Oh yeah. Sorry, because it was sharing here. I don't know. Ah, for Zoom. Sorry. I think it's. You're sharing this one? Okay. And so the what is happening? Okay, I understand. What's the problem? This is the problem. This is the problem. Okay, this is. No. What is happening?
What's this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, and now what?
From there you cannot move it.
I don't understand what is happening. No. I think the problem is the screen you share. How do you come back to Zoom? Yeah. No, I want to. I don't. Really, I don't get. Where is the Zoom? I need to. I need to. I can't feel it. Okay.
We don't share.
No. I will. No. Where was it? What did you do? What did you do?
We are watching Syria.
Go back please to Zoom. Yeah. Okay. Is it the share screen? Okay. I think it's this one. So, is the sharing now? This one is not working. Okay, this is working. Okay, so we are back. So because it is working on YouTube. Yeah. Okay. So construction and use. Okay. So the problem of the conventional issues, the building of the churches as autonomous churches, for example, the most common Nestorian, Melkite churches, West Syrian or Syrian Orthodox churches, and thus we have this. We can benefit from this very important contribution of Les Églises Syriaques, directed by Françoise Briquet-Châtonnet and published in 2013. And most recently, the workshop of 19 in Erbil, which is published by Julie Boneric, Narmin Ali, and Barbara Coutureau, who were working on the Christianity in Iraq in the term of Islam. The title is not complete, sorry. So all this historiographical framework was at the beginning of my ID and to confront historians or archaeologists, specialists of antiquity, late antiquity, and early Middle Age and Middle Age, and on the Syriac, Greek, Arabic sources, and obviously Latin sources now that we are in the Mediterranean geographical framework. So this is the chronological framework, the 7th and 8th century, and so we are in the beginning of the period is the Arab conquest. So from the 630s to the 720s, perhaps something like that, 1 century of conquest, and later the 8th and the 9th century, obviously, of consolidation of Islam. It is obviously a major break with the preceding Proto-Byzantine, Persian, Sasanian, Germanic, Gothic, Vandal period, but the main issue is how is this break happen, and how can we see the continuity. So we have this very fast withdrawal of the Eastern Roman Empire from the east, Syria, Palestine, from Egypt, from Africa, from Hispania, and the Sasanian Empire that collapsed. So it's geopolitical, extremely important break. But is it a break also for Christianity? That's an issue that we have to find out. So we have the development of the Christianity in the East, obviously in Iraq, in Iran, Fars, the Gulf. They were not dominant during the Sasanian Empire, but they were rising and developing a lot. And this development is at its maximum, for example, in the 6th, in the 7th, and maybe in the 8th century. And you have this logical and legal and administrative and theoretical ideological framework imposed by the new Medinan state, the Ahl-Islam from the one part and the Ahl-Dhimma from the other part. So we have this framework, but we have this problem of historiography, is that it's a little bit famous, but for the early Islam, Arab Muslim sources, we only can use late 8th and almost in any case 9th century sources. So they have this kind of myopia with early Islam, with the 7th century especially. And it's also the case for the Greek, Byzantine, and Syriac, and a lot of sources. We have a gap between the late antique literature of the 6th century and the Middle Age literature of the 9th century, at least for the historiographical point of view. And all agree on this ban, this forbidding, this prohibition of publicity of Christian worship, and especially of building new churches and monasteries. So that is the issue. And all this point of view is a point of view of the 8th and foremost for the 9th century, when we have a very important literature, but in a completely other intellectual and material and ideological, geopolitical context. So other themes, other terms, other styles. So how do we approach this long 7th century, and how do we approach the next periods of the Marwanids and the Abbasid period, the 4th Fitna, and the Samaran and post-Samaran phase from the 9th century, or the literary stratum that Antoine Borut showed in his thesis, and how do we go to the early situation, what to do with the Shurut Omar, that is the very important and constitutional text, legal text that was considered as the paradigm of early Islam. And for example, this part of the Shurut Omar from the version of Abu Bakr al-Turtushi, the Spanish scholar, we have settled between you and us that we will not make new, neither in our cities nor in their surroundings, any monastery, church, cell, and tower, or any kind of recluse cell of monk. We will only restore what would have fallen into ruin, and that which would be located in a khitat of Muslims by day or by night. All that which is a khitat of Muslim is a prohibition also. So there is this paradigm: new churches and monasteries, urban or rural, within all the Islamic empire, the Dar Islam, are forbidden. And so at this point, for historians and archaeologists, it was obvious that any church could not have been built after the 630s, the 640s, in the West, obviously, in Central Asia, for example, until the early 8th century. But the state of archaeological knowledge is not in phase with this paradigm and is moving now. And in fact, also for historians of the text, the textual mentions does not agree with this state. So actually, the covenant, the so-called covenant of Omar, the Shurut Omariya, Shurut Omar, is not known before the 10th century, to be a little bit clear. And we have to thank Milka Levi-Rubin's work on this and the origin of the Shurut Omariya and the development and the combinations of these different ideas. But in general, we can say that before the late 9th century, and I shall say the 10th century, we don't have any list, complete list like in the Shurut Omariya. We have only small list, and it concerns foremost the Muslim quarters, the Amsar. And Jean-Maurice Pierre already, like 40 years ago, see this very strange gap and see the synchronicity between the destruction of churches and the early mentions of the bans in the legal literature. So he guessed that it was probably in Al-Mutawakkil time, and Milka Levi-Rubin also, so in the middle of the 9th century, and Milka Levi-Rubin also say that. Actually, I'm not a specialist, but I think the complete list is most for a century later, maybe. So we have this testimony of this dominant ideology of the 9th century, which is based on the Futuhat narratives, the conquest narratives, the narratives of the conquest, and the Sulh, war the peace agreements between cities and the conquerors. And this ideology of the 9th century contradicts some of elements. I will just present this element, very interesting, of a boom of Christianity all over the Islamic empire, but also in Central Asia. So I already spoke about this, of the spread of Christianity in all the Sasanian Empire that continues in the 7th and the 8th century. But we have this very famous for Syria stele of Chang'an that was from the 8th century, was built in the late 8th century, but assumes the foundation of the bishopric there in China, in the capital of China, in 635. So we are in a very good phase for Christianity. We have the life of John of Thailand. I'm sure Philip will speak about this life. And it's a testimony of a revival, in my point of view, of the missionary ideal. So a very strong Christianization. Lot of testimonies of conversions to Christianity in the Umayyad Empire, and I wanted to also to show you works on churches in the eastern part of the Sasanian world and in Central Asia that are not in this conference. So I show you the Urgut church in the middle. It's a one-nave church, very interesting, very Sasanian shaped church. And this one in Suyab in northern Kyrgyzstan, near Bishkek. Very interesting too, and we see the same kind of architecture. So we are in this Christianity of early Islam in a period where we cannot very the moment of the conquest. I quote Peter Pan's The Invisible Conquest. And this framework of shared festival and panegyries and feasts, sacred feasts, for example, in Deir Ayub, in the Hauran, south of Damascus, Rusafa, where the Caliph comes, and the Caliph also come in Deir Ayub. I'm sure we will talk a lot about the Umrassas case, but we have this Melkite very important foundations in Palestine, and also we will speak about the development of Miaphysite Church, of this new Miaphysite Church in Syria, northern Mesopotamia. And we have to ask all the episcopal centers in my field, all these towns, Mosul, Tikrit, Balad, Assin, Haditha are new cities in the 7th century. So if they had agreements on all the church you can find in these cities before the 650s, it's quite difficult to believe, but perhaps. So we have this archaeological framework. I'm not an archaeologist, so I will just speak of very quickly. So this very continuous urban expansion in Syria, in Bilad Sham, by Syria. Adam Websler's book is very interesting to see this framework, and we have also probable churches in the new city of Anjar. Anjar is from the 700, 710, and there is some place perhaps considered as a church. And maybe also, I'm not a specialist of Egypt, but I heard, I am not checked, that it's also the case in Helwan in southern Fustat. Maybe we will speak about this case. And we have a lot of testimony of Christian craftsmen in Al-Andalus, but also in the Middle East. In the case of Anjar, also there is a. So we will also be confronted with these two issues, but maybe tens of issues, but between the tens of issues, we were discussing this morning. So there is this issue of the synchronic iconoclasm or aniconism between early Islam in the late 1st century and early 2nd century, and the iconoclasm in the Byzantine world and in other churches outside of the Byzantine world. And the problem, which is a very important problem, I'm not sure we can solve it this week, but I think it's the main, if we should have a project on this, is there a coincidence between liturgy, Christology, and church architecture? Can we find out this issue? Can we just begin to find out, and is there not more geographical, local specialties than liturgic specialties? I finish. Sorry.
Any questions? Can move on or an introduction session?
Oui, je vais essayer de répondre en anglais.
Il y a aussi des livres juridiques sur, par exemple, qui est très important pour étudier l'état de l'Église, des impôts. Et effectivement aussi, il y a une spéciale, même si l'extrémisme par rapport
Qui donc?
à l'Intima.
Ah, Ibn Taymiyyah.
Ça, c'est très important pour voir le point sur l'attitude musulmane envers les chrétiens, surtout du Vatican église et des populations. C'est deux choses qui sont importantes pour l'étude historique et aussi sociologique.
I feel, yeah, I can answer. No? Oh, yeah, sorry. Yes. Abu Yusuf is a very important chronological clue because he's one of the first book, or it's an epistle for the Caliph, in fact. But it's really, you can see an opinion from a legal scholar from the 780s, and it is very important. And I quoted it in my, maybe I went very fast, but yeah, it's a very important clue, and I will speak about it in my paper, actually.
C'est à vous,
oui. Vous pouvez faire votre... Yeah,
no,
oui.
Just, I disagree with some points of your talk, but I don't want to take every point. Only one about Anjar. You know those Syriac inscriptions.
Yeah, of Cameroon, yeah.
Workers coming from
Northern Iraq.
Syria or northeast Syria, maybe. But we have to think about the forced labor. And for example, there are a lot of information, for example, from the Egyptian papyrus about the forced labor in this time, and chiefly the forced labor of workmen, artisanal work. And this could be the case.
Yeah, it could be probably, yeah, in part, but maybe it could be also free men and teams, because in the inscription, I will speak a little bit of it in my paper, but in the description, you have all these teams with the hierarchy of the team, the priest, the diacons, and the laymen. There is really craftsmen, like, that's very interesting.
And in the there are a group of workmen exactly forced to labor in exactly the same way.
That would be very interesting to compare actually, and the problem, we don't have so many specialists of Egypt in this conference, and I would have loved to have more, but
I will look at the Nesana papyrus.
Yeah,
and
I have.
There are the same questions of forced labor.
I never met it because I don't know, it's a big issue, but yeah. Yeah, it's Pierre-Louis. Of course. I will. Yeah, I would try. Vous préférez le PowerPoint, j'imagine, ou je sais pas déjà. Ok, on va le mettre. Présentation. Salle initiale. Bon, et maintenant. How do you go on Zoom? I don't see how to go on Zoom. I'm not really a specialist of Zoom, and it is where is it? Is that? No. Where is it? Maybe it's here. Maybe it's here.
Yeah, you are sharing already.
Oh, maybe not sharing. Maybe the good one. Yeah, this one might be good. Yeah, compartir. Okay. Okay, I think it's good.
Okay, thank you.
So now. It's okay.
That will be on 6 Palestinian churches. I have seen them have doubts on Simon. That will be time for the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we are a little bit in advance, but I tried not to make. So, dear Maria Ángeles UTRERO, you hear me? Yes. And Simon Pierre, dear friends and colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, as the first step of a kind of introduction to this conference on Christian buildings during early Islam, this paper aims to outline the state of the art on Christian church building during the 7th and 8th centuries AD in the Syro-Palestinian Near East, the former Byzantine provinces of Syria, Phoenicia, Palestine, and Arabia, south of the Taurus and west of the Euphrates. So, the period under consideration was shaped by 3 important changes in the political field: the Sassanid Persian conquest and the long Persian occupation between 610-614 AD and 629-630, depends on the place, AD. The second, the Arab-Muslim conquest in the years 634-638 AD, and later the establishment of the Umayyad dynasty in 661 by Muawiyah. But don't forget that Muawiyah was governor of Syria since 640. And third, the advent of the Abbasid dynasty in 750. Among the major historical issues related to the large-scale consequences of these 3 series of events and their impact on Christian communities, the topic of church building has only recently been addressed when, from the 1970s onwards, the late Franciscan father Michele Piccirillo focused on it. Piccirillo, born in 1944 and deceased in 2008, excavated or studied the remains of numerous churches and their mosaic floors, mainly in Jordan, in the former Byzantine provinces of Palestine and Arabia. His discoveries and excavations of the churches at the site of al-Ghassas played an important part in the making of his theories, which relied heavily on the dating of the mosaic pavements, a process in which epigraphy was more relevant to him than stratigraphy. So a view on more than three of the churches of Umayyad, which were the base of the theories of Pizzo, the mosaic, the main mosaic of the main church, and a part of his mosaic. Thus, many churches have been dated by the Greek inscriptions set on their mosaics of the pavements. In the various articles and books he published, Pizzo considered that the continuity prevailed between the Byzantine period and the following ones, including the time of the Persian occupation. According to him, numerous churches were in permanent use by Christians in the 7th and 8th centuries AD, and some of them would have been built in this period. These conclusions have generally been well accepted. However, at this time, I mean now, I do not think I have read any study that demonstrates by the stratigraphy and the archaeological material that a church was built after 610 AD without having succeeded to a previous church. It would be very interesting, for example, to take an example of Simon Pierre, if we could have a report on the building presumed to be a church that was observed in the ruins of the Umayyad new city of Anjar in the Bekaa Valley. Unfortunately, this study has not been carried, and we have no proof of the identification of the date of the building. Indeed, in two articles on the Greek inscriptions in the beginnings of the Islamic period, focusing particularly on church pavement mosaic inscriptions, or on church pavement mosaics, I have discussed what was referred to as the archaeological evidence, or presumed to be the archaeological evidence. From the study of the mosaics themselves and their Greek inscriptions, I have tried to show that most of the church mosaic inscriptions mention the offering of pavements, but very few report the construction of the buildings themselves. Moreover, many of these inscriptions date a portion of the pavement rather than the wall. In most buildings, the preserved mosaics are composed of very different portions resulting from offerings and repairs made at very different times. Most of the time, a Greek inscription can only date the portion of the mosaic where it is found. Very rarely the whole mosaic pavement, and even more rarely, the construction of the building itself. The obvious conclusion is that the mosaics in the Christian buildings and their annexes bear witness to numerous laying and repair operations that took place over time, well after the construction of the churches. This led to challenge the late dating of some of the pavements, and also to discuss the attribution of the construction of many churches to the Islamic period. Let us take a few examples. The church of Deir el-Hadas, south of Damascus and north of the Oran country, was long considered to be Umayyad, according to a single inscription. You can see this inscription, maybe I can show you with here. A single inscription dated to the year 722 AD. However, this Greek inscription only really dates the mosaic of a side room and not even the nearby Aramaic inscription. Here, Syriac, but not Syriac exactly, Aramaic. A second, which is supposed to be dated from 722, and which obviously is not, because the mosaic here is very different with that around the Greek inscription. A second example is the church of Rirbet Bata, Carmiel, near Ptolemais in Phoenicia, today in the north of the state of Israel. Several inscriptions inserted in the pavement of a central nave and on its sides mention the donations of the faithful, but only one is dated to 541 AD, and the mosaic was crudely repaired at an unknown date. You see the different inscriptions which were inserted in the mosaic, at the place of geometric patterns, ancient geometric patterns, which were replaced by those inscriptions. And then you have other inscriptions on the side. Oh, sorry. The situation is similar in the Church of Ryan in Antioch, where near Antioch, where several inscriptions were also added to the mosaic in the main nave. So, oh, sorry. The inscriptions. Here, and then one inscription dated to the year 417 AD mentions the offering by a donor of a repair. So it's not the original, it is a repair of a portion of this mosaic. And another in the year 472 so nearly 60 years after, mentions the completion of one mosaic. Going back to St. Stephen Church in Umayyad, one can see that mosaic pavements were set up in the 8th in 756 AD, but the dates of all the other mosaics are problematic. And I would certainly not say that the central mosaic in the nave or its frame of the construction of a church itself are clearly dated. In my opinion, they predate the Muslim conquest. And so the central mosaic, which is supposed by many scholars to be Umayyad, is, on my opinion, Byzantine. And I have written about this. Of course, this doesn't mean that dated inscriptions have no value for scholars, but that they should be considered as stages in the transformation of a complex building. They give a terminus ante quem for the church itself. The destruction of the human and animal figures on these mosaics is another landmark, since it shows that the churches affected by these damages and by the subsequent repairs were still in function at the beginning of the 8th century, at the time of what is now called the iconophobic crisis, At Shune, in the Jordan Valley, on the territory of the city of Livias, the pavement of the second phase, and you can see on your left, the two different phases of the mosaic. So the pavement of the second phase of the central nave of the church was formerly considered Umayyad, based on the style of the mosaics, but also on the ceramics that had been found there. However, the presence of images of animals, you see ducks in the upper part of the picture, the presence of images that depict animals and that had not been destroyed during the iconophobic crisis seemed a curious exception. But the study of the inscription has recently shown that this second phase dates from the end of the 6th century and not from the 7th. So this mosaic is no more Umayyad and this church is no more Umayyad. This means that, as in the case of other buildings in which the human and animal figures on the mosaics have not been damaged, this village church was already abandoned or destroyed, and that's not exactly the same thing, at the time of the crisis. 10 years ago, so the image of the two phases of this Bose mosaics. 10 years ago, Anne Michel published a detailed study of the fate of Jordan's churches between the 7th and 9th centuries. The dating of the buildings and the geographical divisions could be discussed and must be discussed. But the general conclusions of this article remain, for me, largely convincing. Similarly, in 2012, I summarized the situation regarding the Greek inscriptions of the Islamic period, all of them Christian, with 3 maps illustrating this one, the funerary inscriptions, which are mainly in this part, and of course, with the particularity of this region, which is the Moab. Secondly, just have a look on the present. It's not too much. Yeah? Secondly, the building inscriptions, and especially mosaic inscriptions. Most of them are mosaic inscriptions, and when you can see here, those mosaic inscriptions. And this is the map for all the Near East, from the Sinai to the Taurus. And so this is only the southern part of the Near East. Since then, there have been little changes, and I can only add a few new references. So recently published Greek inscriptions, and this one was nearly supposed is on my map, and this one is the really new inscription of mosaic in northern Jordan. Let's go to another point. A photograph of a church lintel, probably from Androna al-Andarin in northern Syria, which was reused in a building at the Umayyad, clearly Umayyad site of Rasm Abu Miyal in the steppe areas of northeastern Syria, illustrates another phenomenon, that of recycling of spolia from Christian buildings. But the main difficulty for me is to understand why no church inscriptions from the Islamic period are found in the regions north of present-day Lebanon. So, the northernmost inscription is in Bosra, and then no more to be Taurus. And why no evidence of iconophobic destruction is found either leaving aside one or two exceptions that Françoise Brickel told me were discovered in northern Syria. The state of the archaeological research in the different countries concerned does not seem to me to be a valid explanation of this difference between the North and the South. Conclusion. The period of the 7th and 8th centuries AD was not the golden age of the boom, to take the words of Simon, of Christian communities, but a time of disappearance of many of their cult buildings. In much later historical periods, it was not possible in the Near East to build a new church except on the site or within the perimeter of an older church. Should we assume that the situation in the 7th and 8th centuries AD anticipated these difficulties? The legal rules, which from the Byzantine period onwards organized and regulated the foundings of churches, are particularly worthy of examination in this respect. Of course, the demographic and economic situation of the Near East in the 7th and 8th centuries AD, and more particularly that of the Christian communities, is a determining factor. For me, it's difficult to speak of expansion, of development, of economic activity in Syria in this period. Please have a look on the results of good work made by the team of Marge Zarid, directed by Bernard Scheger and Marie-Odile Rousset, on the central Syria. And the interesting conclusions is that there is a large decline of the population and the settlement in all this region in from the end of the 6th century until the Ayyubid period. Is it sufficient to explain not only the lack of construction of new churches, the abandonment of several churches? I can say the abandonment rather than the destruction, but also the absence or mediocrity of restorations of others. Following Makovsky, we must think of a narrowing of the sacred liturgical space and the shortening of churches that can be seen in various cities such as Bosra, Ippos, Gadara, and so on. Greek epigraphy bears witness to the undeniable decline of the Greek language and of the epigraphic habit in the 7th and 8th centuries AD, at a time when Christian Aramaic and Arabic had not replaced the Greek in the epigraphy of Christian buildings. The nature of the restored or reconstructed buildings could be questioned: city church, village church, pilgrimage shrine, or monastery. It seems that a good part of the Greek inscriptions of the 7th and 8th centuries AD appeared on monastic churches' mosaics. It is also necessary to look closely at the various situations according to the different communities. It is important to clearly distinguish between the different periods and also between regions. The contrast between the north and the south is particularly noticeable. Father Pizzo researches were very much influenced by the religious and political situation in the Near East. If you want to have an idea about this, please read his last article, which was published post-mortem, and there is a long introduction about his mind working on the question of the building of churches during the Persian-Sasanian occupation, and this is typical. So he was very much influenced by the religious and political situation in the last third of the 20th century. This generous priest and scholar will be remembered as a man of peace. However, on the datation of churches, archaeologists, epigraphists, and historians may review some of his conclusions and ask new questions, relying on new archaeological and epigraphical evidence. After apologizing for the poor quality of my English, I thank you for your attention. Gracias.
Okay, I think we can watch it. Thank you for being there. I am sorry that you were not able finally to come. And thank you anyway for your participation, and you can start when you want. I will be here, so you at least you see my face masked. You are not alone.
Yes. Okay, so thanks for arranging this conference, and I do regret not being able to attend in person. Now, I trust you can hear me clearly enough and you can see the PowerPoint on the screen. I'm going to be talking about the topic of my research in recent years, which has been southern Jordan and the nature of religious change from the Roman pagans to the Christians in the Byzantine period to Muslims in the Islamic period, in a book that I have been writing and hope will appear in 2022 on religious change in southern Jordan. And so then for today's conference, I want to speak about the use of churches in southern Jordan in the early Islamic period. Now, with the topic of the conference being the construction of churches in the period, well, it's very easy to summarize my results that no Christian buildings were constructed in southern Jordan during the early Islamic period. So I can stop talking now and we can move on to the next speaker. Well, for the purpose of construction, well, there's nothing to say, but there are plenty of examples of churches that stayed in use, that were constructed in the Byzantine period, but stayed in use and underwent phases of renovation or repair throughout the Umayyad period, seemingly up to the late 8th or early 9th century. In the early Abbasid period, when these churches seem mostly to have gone out of use. There's a consistent result from archaeology with the handful of churches that have been excavated in southern Jordan, that you have a continued thriving of the Christians who are using these churches throughout the Umayyad period, and then somehow in the late 8th or early 9th century, these churches and the Christians who were worshiping there are no longer attested. And so after that late 8th, early 9th century, there is precious little archaeological or historical evidence for a continued Christian presence in southern Jordan. And this is something of a mystery that I cannot fully explain, just what is going on in the late 8th, early 9th century that leads to a fairly uniform end of use of churches in the area. And when the Crusaders show up after 1099, local Christians are once again attested in Crusader sources, but in only a sharply reduced number of sites. There are lots of Christian sites in the Byzantine period, some that are continuing in the Umayyad period, but then only a much reduced number are attested when the Crusaders take over the area after 1099. There are some local Christians still around, but not so many. Well, okay, so the area that I am studying is southern Jordan, which here was the eastern part of the Byzantine province of Third Palestine. And in modern day Jordan, it's from the port city of Aqaba in the south, north about halfway up the country to the major boundary of the natural Wadi Mojib. So there are a handful of sites where there is clear continued Christian use of churches in the Umayyad into the early Abbasid period, and I'll mention just a handful of them. Well, the most important city, the capital of the Byzantine province of Third Palestine, was Petra, and there's this major church known as the Petra Church that ends before the Muslim conquests of the 630s, when the urban center of Petra was abandoned more or less by around 600. And this church undergoes destruction in a fire, and so it is out of use. There is really nothing left of the urban center of Petra, even before the Muslim conquests, when what had once been this major urban center turns into a small farming village that moves a few kilometers out of the urban center to where there are natural springs with a water supply in the modern town of Wadi Musa. So Petra is one case where there's really no active continued use of churches from what had been the most important city in the province. Now, nearby, just a few kilometers to the west of the Petra urban center, is this mountain of Jebel Harun, where there's this tomb shrine for Aaron, the brother of Moses. And there was this monastery built below the summit here that was excavated extensively by a group of archaeologists from Finland. And then up on the peak, there was another Byzantine period church where now there's a Mamluk period tomb shrine. Now, this big monastery pilgrimage center in the plateau below the summit is flourishing in the Byzantine period, in the Umayyad period as well. There's various phases of repairs needed with any site that's continuing in use for such a long period of time. But this site here seems to have been heavily damaged in an earthquake in 749, and it lies in ruins after that point. There is some limited further occupation throughout the centuries up into the Crusader period. The Crusaders, when they arrive, find some monks living at this monastery of Aaron, but from the archaeological evidence, the site is just in ruins, and only just a handful of monks seemingly are able to continue to live. It's no longer a major pilgrimage shrine because after that earthquake, the site is simply in ruins. But the fact that there is this monastery here indicates that there are Christians around in the Petra Wadi Musa area. A monastery like this cannot survive without a support community, which would be the Christians continuing after Petra ends as an urban center in the village of Wadi Musa. So when the Crusaders come, they find lots of Christians around, but there's simply no attestation of them after the end of the 8th century. So there's like a 300-year gap when Christians have to be around, but there's simply no trace, either archaeological or historical, of their presence. Okay. Well, after Petra ceases to exist as a major urban center, the most important Christian site in southern Jordan is the city of Rabbah, Areopolis as it's known in the historical sources. It was the major town in the North Kerak Plateau where there is a major site. There's a Roman temple. There's this Byzantine church that was cleared some decades ago with no real results that tell us anything about the occupational history of this church building. But we know that there are Christians continuing here in the early Islamic period. There are some historical references to them in the 8th century. And then there is this inscription that lets us know that there is a building, something is constructed in AD 687. And the inscription mentions the Holy Metropolitan under whose auspices this building was constructed, which is an indication that Rabbah is now the important city in the former province of Third Palestine. Petra, as the capital in the Byzantine period, would have been the metropolitan see, but now Rabbah, as the most important surviving city, is where now the archbishop of the province is staying. And then in 687, an unidentified construction was done, whether it's that church, whether it's something else, you just have this construction. And that's the one inscription in Rabbah that tells us something about what's going on in the early Islamic period. But there are these historical references. You can put a continued thriving Christian community there into the 8th century, but perhaps not much later than that. Well, another site that's been extensively excavated, and I was involved with this project in the 1990s, is Hamaima, a small town in the desert area of the Hesma in extreme southern Jordan, where there are a number of churches that are all in use in the Byzantine period, but they all go out of use in the early Islamic period. And this one lower church is seemingly built in the 5th or 6th centuries and continues in use without needing to undergo any substantial renovations or rebuildings or whatever. It looks like it's a one-phase church mostly. But then the excavations produced very clear evidence of how and when the church goes out of use. In this bulk section, you see this massive burned ash layer of the wooden beams of the roof having burned down, seemingly in the mid-7th century. The church had been abandoned, the marble furnishings were removed, broken up. There were a few stray pieces of marble recovered, strewn around on the church floor. So the building was still intact when the church is abandoned and the furnishings are removed. And then at some later point, the church burns down, the roof burns down, and the walls collapse, with then the abandonment more or less in the mid-7th century. There are other churches at the site. This one and a second one were taken out of use, and the buildings turned into domestic housing in the early 8th century, when Hamaima is the site that the Abbasid family chooses to live in when they are plotting their ultimately successful revolutionary overthrow of the Umayyads. The members of the Abbasid family choose to live in this small site in southern Jordan for about 50 years, from around 700 up until the Abbasid revolution. And there's a need for housing, and at least 2 of these churches go out of use and they are converted into houses. And in this particular church, well, when you look at it, you don't see a church. It took the excavators 3 seasons of work to figure out that there had once been a church here. And what you see is the wall lines of the Umayyad period domestic housing that was built in and around the former Christian church. So when the Abbasids are there and other followers are living at this site, there seems to no longer be any Christian presence. All of the churches seem to have been either gone out of use before the Abbasids arrive, or seemingly as soon as they arrive around 700. The Abbasids take over and the Christians disappear. Okay, now the one site I've been working on most in recent years with the director Dino Politis is the site of EEHAR-CSIC at the southern end of the Dead Sea, where you have the portion of farmland that the Department of Antiquities purchased some time ago in the core area of the urban center of Byzantine, early Islamic EEHAR-CSIC. So there's been a number of excavation seasons there in the in the 2000s, 2010s. And I have been involved with the excavation of one part of the big Byzantine period church there that continued in use throughout the Umayyad period, but then goes out of use more or less around the late 8th to early 9th century. And so we have, this is just one portion of this huge building that we've succeeded in excavating. In the southwest part, we have a baptistry and then a room here with the bulk of the church off to the right. And you have a mosaic floor that is partially still intact and partially broken away, both around the baptistry and this room off to the west. But what's interesting is you get a very clear excavation, very clear evidence from the excavation is just how this church building goes out of use when people remove the marble furnishings in the apse and chancel area and use the marble chancel screen post columns to use as foundations for later post-church walls that have stone for the lower courses and then mud brick for their upper courses. And when these marble furnishings are reused as foundation stones for mud brick walls, the church is clearly no longer being used as a church. And this is seemingly happening around the late 8th, early 9th century with this church from the Byzantine period that is continuing in use throughout the Umayyad period with no hint of any sort of rebuildings or rephasing or whatever. It looks to be like a one-phase church that simply stays in use until it goes out of use when people are recycling the marble furnishings to build post-church walls. Now, these marble fragments and column, shaft, drums, whatever, are placed directly on the mosaic floor or the bedding layer for where the mosaic floor is missing. So there's no gap between the end of, seemingly between the end of the church and when this first phase of post-church walls get built. And roughly based on the pottery, this is late 8th, early 9th century, that this church building no longer is in use. Now, one interesting little detail with this area of broken mosaic pavement, all of those mosaic cubes were taken away. We found none of them during the excavation. There were tens of thousands of mosaic cubes that would have been here originally, but none of them were found in any soil layers above from the later periods. These cubes had to have been carefully cleaned up, removed, and then the wall lines were then built directly on top of the mosaic floor or directly on top of the bedding layer. And this is that column you saw in the previous photo, still in place directly on the floor. So there's not much time between an abandonment of the church and when it's starting to be used again for post-church use. And then another view of one of the sections, there's a layer of pure sand in the first 10 centimeters or 20 centimeters above the floor, and then you get some evidence for disintegration of the roof. There's some ash deposits, which may be some relic of some of the wooden roof beams burning down or whatever. And then you have a first, post church floor here, seemingly from maybe Fatimid period or so, and then you've got later Ayyubid Mamluk phasing, but you have here then what this mystery sort of sand layer is before you have any sort of destruction debris from the church building no longer being physically intact. But it is intact when that first wall lines are being built directly on top of the mosaic floor. The deterioration of the building happens only after that first phase of post-church use. Okay, there's another church that's just been discovered a few months ago, very close to that first church in Sheikh Isa in the Khorassafi that the Department of Antiquities has been excavating just in the last few months, where there's a badly damaged mosaic floor here. But this church also looks like it's still continuing in use into the 7th, into the 8th century, but perhaps not much beyond the early to mid 8th century, although the details are still not been published yet. But I have been there, I sort of see that this looks like it's been used in the Umayyad period, but perhaps not much beyond that. So now there's a second church here in the Khorassafi with a church still in use, but not continuing much beyond the Umayyad period. Well, in the Khorassafi, on the north side of town, you have the big site is this pilgrimage site and monastery of Saint Lot, where the early Christians built a monastery and pilgrimage center to commemorate the spot where Lot lived with his daughters after the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah. And so we have a cave here, and then a church, a water reservoir, a monastery, pilgrim's hospice, which seems to be continuing again up to the end of the 8th century or the early 9th century when it goes out of use. It's not destroyed. The building seemingly stays intact for a while, but it is no longer in use until the end of the 8th, 9th century. Now, this church went through a number of phases with mosaic floors being laid with dates, and the latest mosaic floor here dates to March, April of the year 692. That's the latest date of any inscription at the site, showing that the Christians here still have the resources to lay a new mosaic floor in the church. And there's no obstacles for them doing this if they want to. So this is one case where we've got a clear, later renovation rebuilding phase of a church, in this case in 692. And then the church goes on, the monastery, for another 100 years or so before it goes out of use. So we have some Christian sites are thriving. The churches stay in use to the end of the 8th century, but afterwards there's this gap of evidence until the Crusaders show up. So this is kind of a unexplained situation, why there is no evidence for any Christians around in that 300 years after these several sites go out of use at the end of the 8th century. Well, to end my talk, I'd like to just mention one new development for the study of the early Islamic period, where something I would have completely not have thought was going to be the case. There are some Georgian historical texts that say some Georgian monks came and built a monastery at a site in the North Kerak Plateau called Shahan that was founded in the 1060s. So this actually is the first new church monastery building in the early Islamic period. There's nothing new that's being built in the Umayyad or early Abbasid period. It takes 1060 with some Georgian monks who show up, and it looks like they're taking an abandoned Byzantine period site and rebuilding it to be their monastery. And there is a group of archaeologists from Georgia who want to excavate this site. They would have been there last year, but the COVID pandemic shutdown prevented them. They're hoping to come this coming summer, and I'll be joining them to see, is this genuinely this Georgian monastery from the end of the Fatimid period, which is very much a surprise to me that any monks would have thought to come that late and build a monastery. So this is the one case of a new construction, seemingly, but we'll have to see how the excavation results turn out. Well, I've come to the end of my time, so thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Robert, for this updating on Southern Jordan. And I beg you to stay there for questions after Pauline.
Yes.
Thank you. Can you unshare your screen? Yeah. You know,
I think
already.
you should first put the, yeah?
Adesso.
Yes, I can hear you now.
Wonderful. You hear me? So, sorry to ask you questions which could be answered if you were here. For example, at the dinner tonight, but I was very much interested by this Georgian monastery. So can you give us some more explanations? For example, where is this place Shian? Is it the place of the famous Moabite inscription?
Yes, the Georgian monastery at Shahan is in the North Kerak Plateau, just south of the Wadi Mojib. Jebel Shahan is the highest hill in the North Kerak Plateau. There are Georgian historical sources that say that monks from the Georgian monastery of the Cross in Jerusalem came to establish this monastery in Shahan in the 1060s. And also there were some Georgian hermits who lived in caves in the Wadi Mojib, also starting in the 1060s. So it's Georgians who come from the monastery of the Cross in Jerusalem to build this satellite daughter monastery at Shahan. And when you read the Greek, the Georgian place name, it sounds sort of like Shahan. So we're assuming that this Jebel Shahan is what's mentioned in those Georgian literary historical accounts.
Thank you.
I would like quickly to paper and also to ask you, because it seems that the chronologies are always located at the end of the 8th century, early 9th century. This is the high moment of destruction of the ruins of the church, if I got you right. And my question is, since all these dates are concentrated in the same period, so obviously the archaeology tell us the moment, but don't tell us the reason. Is it possible to be sure that this abandonment or ruins have to do specifically with the Islamic people, or these churches are abandoned because of other reasons? I don't know if I explain myself.
What was that question directed to me? I was having difficulty hearing clearly what was being said, if it was directed to me.
No, my question was, since the chronologies of abandonment of the churches are so concentrated in time, can you listen to me now? It's not my day. I don't know. You can't listen, you can try this.
Robert, do you hear me now?
I do, but I was hearing maybe half of the words that person was saying, and it wasn't connected. So I was having difficulty understanding understanding what she was asking. Could she try writing in the chat what she wants to say?
I think it was Maria's question was about the chronology of the Jordan churches, and generally she observed that it seems that the timeline is the 8th century as the terminus. Yes.
Yes. Yes. There's only one. Okay, there's maybe 3 or 4 churches that have been excavated well and published well that seem to have this similar history where they continue in use in the Umayyad period, but then in the early Abbasid period go out of use. So we're talking about maybe 4 churches. There's one where there's some suggestion that maybe it's continuing a little bit longer, maybe into the 10th century, but nothing beyond that. Is there any archaeological evidence? Now, 3 or 4 churches, is that statistically significant? Well, maybe not, but it does look that from the information we have available, there is a broader historical phenomenon of these churches going out of use in that early Abbasid period.
Thank you very much indeed to all the speakers for their wonderful talks. Question for Professor Schick. Again, this builds on Maria's question just now. But is there a correlation between the construction of mosques and the abandonment or destruction of churches? Is there any correlation?
Okay, I'm inclined to think that the Muslim presence grows rather rapidly, and well before the Crusades, Muslims are the majority of the population in southern Jordan. In Palestine, the shift is slower, and there were more Christians around during the Crusades, but in southern Jordan, I think the shift from a Christian population to a Muslim population is happening more quickly. And again, well before the Crusades, Muslims are the majority population. Now, there aren't all that many mosques around from the early Islamic period. That's another sort of archaeological gap. There isn't that much archaeological evidence for a Muslim presence, except in Aqaba, in Udhrah. They're the 2 places where Muslims definitely had a major presence from the beginning, but it's more from historical evidence that leads me to think that Muslims are very quickly becoming the majority population.
Essentially, it seems the same idea because now we know that Jordan was not empty at the Abbasid period. You hear me? But so maybe the fact that the churches were not rebuilt is not linked to the fact it was churches, but mainly that there is less settlements and they are diminishing. Even if they are not disappearing, there is still a diminishing of occupation at the Abbasid period. So is it because it's Christian or just because there is less trade and that the power changed to this capital and this kind of idea?
That is a major unresolved question. to what extent is there continued substantial occupation in the Abbasid period, in the Fatimid, in the Seljuk periods, that there is a gap not just of evidence for a Christian presence, there was also a gap for evidence for any occupation at all. I'm inclined to think that that gap is spurious because archaeologists don't understand well enough just what the pottery typologies are. So I think the gap is not really there. It's simply the archaeologists haven't found the evidence to close the gap. Ghor Safi is the one site, along with Aqaba, where there is abundant evidence for later Abbasid, Fatimid, and later occupation in southern Jordan. But elsewhere, Gharandal also is a third site where there's some evidence for a later occupation. But a lot of sites, you should think they have to be there, the people have to be living there, but there's no evidence for it clearly in the archaeological record. I think that's simply a failure of archaeologists to recognize that it's there.
My question is the same kind of idea to put in Bosra. Is there continued occupation after the 8th, 9th century in the other parts of the city? Or is it also a declining city after this? Is the Episcopal is an exception in this or
Thank you for your question. I think most of the main buildings were preserved, that most of the main monuments, such as the bath, the big towns, the churches, were abandoned at the end of the Umayyad times or the beginning of the Abbasid times. And for the Palace of Trajan, for instance, the baths were looted in Abbasid times, but also we have in our small excavation part, we have evidence of occupation, a new floor, for instance, built in the Abbasid times, and then evidence of occupation in the Ayyubid and important occupation in Ayyubid and Mamluk times, and then an earthquake destroyed most of the building, but and then an occupation with Ottoman times. So perhaps there is a little. We have also traces of occupation in the Fatimid times. So yes, most of the time we have evidence of occupation. No real abandonment, complete abandonment.
Thank you. I have one question for Pierre-Louis and one for Robert Schick. So the first question has to do with the final result of all your evidence. So are you suggesting, this is my interpretation of your result, that it's possible, well, that the legal norms that we usually take later in Islamic history regarding the relations between Christian minority and Islamic rulers, Muslim rulers, well, are you suggesting that we can take them back to the early Islamic period? Because the evidence you show is that basically no new construction basically is attested, whereas reconstruction, renovation of existing Christian worship places were permitted. So do you think there is a relation with the norms already going on a period or not? Whereas for other SCHICK, the question is about the inscription of Rabbah dated to 687, because it does mention a construction, right? So I'd like to know more details about this new Christian construction in the late, let's say, 7th century, in this new center, a new center for the Christians in the southern area of Jordan. Thank you.
Perhaps SCHICK first and then myself.
Okay, well, yes, Rabbah is a major city throughout the Byzantine period, and it continues in the early Islamic period. It simply becomes the seat of the metropolitan bishop of what had been the province of Third Palestine when Petra is abandoned. So it is a major city throughout the period. But then what's going on in Rabbah in the 9th, 10th centuries is a complete archaeological unknown. How long it continues to be a major city is unknown. Okay, now there's that inscription that says a construction was done under the auspices of the metropolitan. One assumes it's a church, and one might like to assume that it is connected with the church that has the archaeological remains, but there is no evidence at all for the history of that church building. It was cleared by the Department of Antiquities in the 1970s. There's no information whatsoever about the archaeological phasing of that building. So what the connection is between that inscription of the construction and the known church building is, well, speculative. So that inscription, yes, it's there. There's something major being built. One assumes it's a church, but the inscription does not explicitly say this church was built, as this construction was done. Mm-hmm. So I would like to understand it better than I do.
For me, I can say that even in the long Persian occupation of the Near East, I can see no evidence of the building of any church. So it's not only a question of the Arab Muslim conquest, it's a question of the powers occupying the Near East during the 7th century. So a second thing, it was in my conclusion, it's a kind of doubt, but it was not so easy in the Byzantine times to build a church. You had to have the authorization of a bishop, and you have to fund the church you wanted to build. And so it's not an easy work to make a church. It's not a complete answer to your question, but it is a way of seeing the difficulties here.
First, I am very happy that you wrote 50 videos, critically. And the second thing is that you spoke about two processes that can be seen as the mosaics, and those which are reformed, renewed, and those which are broken,
that obviously reflect as well two different processes of transformation.
Exactly.
And is there any difference at chronologies of these both processes, or both processes go through parallel?
I think I have no real answer to this question. Maybe they could be parallel, but really it's only a question of feeling. Nothing is very much scientifically. And you know, it's the state of the mosaics is not simple. For example, we have a lot of examples of no repairs of the mosaics, but of the setting of a new mosaic some centimeters above the ancient. And so when there is an excavation, often the floor which is discovered is the underfloor, not the upper. And so this is one of the difficulties in the study of mosaics. I think that the repair of mosaics is very clear in the Byzantine times, in a place called Riyadh. I made a citation. I quoted this inscription. There is one inscription in one church where somebody explains that he is making a renewal of the mosaic which was offered by one of his family, maybe his father, 50 years before. So the normal life of the mosaic is 50 years, to my mind, and I have several examples. So you don't have to think that mosaic, which is perfectly in a good state, and which is from the middle of, for example, 5th century, when he discovered it, you have to think about his life and the question of repairs and so on. But it's not a very strict answer, but it's a kind of questions on the mosaics and their inspection.
Simon. Someone who was in IDC, he told you, there is no church of Ángeles, and the letter of Conferencia that you mentioned speaks throughout Copts workers in Ángeles coming from Egypt.
Yeah, thank you. We were discussing archaeology this issue, and no, at first the question person said the problem is that Ángeles is an Umayyad, and obviously the case is the Umayyad foundation, and we have a lot of soft textual evidence to know that it was around 715 that was founded at the end of Al-Walid's second reign, and what is this? Al-Walid first, sorry, and there is, and it's officially, it's not a scientific proof, but it's on the plan. In the entry of the site, you have this church. And now you have Pauline who was studying it, and there is another researcher at Pauline. Maybe one day there will be a publication. There is a theory, the other researcher has a theory that maybe it was the monastery before the foundation of the Umayyad, but if it is a church, yes, if it is a church, there is an upside.
maybe I will show you in my paper. There is some kind of upside and some kind of shape that look like a church, but could be every kind of basilica, audience hall, or something like that. Maybe it's open, but it is in the plan, in the Ibudanian plane of the city.
Okay.
That's what I can say.
I think that it's very speculative to speak of a place where no real excavation has been done recently, and where the publications are so small. So one must put this for another time. Okay.
And I did not mention the letter for this. I don't know the letter. We were mentioning description of David. Sorry, yeah.
Now, we have a good example in Pauline to the Mafraq of church or monastery which was included after in Umayyad complex. And we have another good example, but later in the Kalat of AGUDO, there is a church inside the Mosque of Muslims, the medieval castle. And this church also was
There is also a church in Jenefon's book. There is a church in one of the oases near Panthéon, because I don't remember the name. No, it's not it's another place, a small place there. Yeah. I remember it. Because it was also a place where the Celts were going during the plague. I don't know if this church is from the Umayyad time. It's not inside the palace, obviously, but it could be for a long time.
I have myself a lot of questions. Sorry?
You have time?
I have time, okay. I read in your paper, like 10 years ago, about the mosaics of Umayyad, that you have noticed that there is a Greek inscription from the same time of the foundation. Yes, and there is a Greek inscription from the same time of the foundation of Rabbah Church in the 680s, 690s, which has been published by Denis Fessel. And you noticed it in your paper. It's under a flat near the probable site of Peneshre, between Manbij and Haran. It's Greek inscription, Greek funerary inscriptions, and there is another Greek inscription from the early 9th century. I will show in my paper, but people who work on Dionysius of Telmache knows this inscription.
But very interesting, we can mention new ladies that discovered the Greek, not Greek, Syriac inscription, which dates from the 7th century. You told me this, no?
Where was it?
In northern Syria, no?
There are some inscriptions from, I recently discovered the one from in Borges Salam, the building of the monastery, and it's 1,100 and so on, house, so it is 9th century. And some of them,
There was also this one which was in the museum in the reserve, was probably coming from somewhere on the Euphrates, and it was, I don't remember, I don't think it was dated, but it was not pre-Islamic. Like some of them.
Yes.
Anne?
I think it's very interesting listening to all this discussion because there are something that the view is different from the Byzantine people, from the Islamist people, and perhaps the first time, but we are really trying to discuss together. In my opinion, one of the most difficult problems in archaeology, maybe, they are the datation. The datation, because we all speak of the 7th century, 8th century, Abbasid period, early Islamic, without giving a definition, precise definition of how we are coming to this stage. And that is a problem. And how we are also speaking of abandonment or new settlement or churches in Umayyad places, but were these churches already abandoned? How long have they been abandoned? Did we have the memory of the place before when there is a new settlement? And also, what is before, what is after, what is contemporary? And this is always, excuse me, it's difficult for me to speak English. The words come in Italian or in German. The problem. I'm very afraid what I'm saying. I think really to think about how we come to this datation before interpreting what all we are saying. And maybe we'll better understand. We are, because we have our mental chains or drawings of for the Byzantines of how is Islam, and from the Islam we do not know maybe really how it was before. That's the problem. You see, we are already looking at the origins or to look for the confirmation of what how it will be after. We see the situation, how it is after, and we say we come from this point to this point, and the way should be a straight way, and maybe it's not so evident. I don't know, it's a little confused what I'm telling because I'm thinking while I'm speaking. But I think it's very complicated situation, not simple. And maybe there are so many variations, local variation also, regional. I was speaking with Pierre-Louis at the beginning of our meeting, and what told Robert also that between north and south it tends to be different. And Pierre-Louis told that it is not only a problem of the state of the research. So we have maybe it's always the same problem. We have either some very precious excavation about one side where we well understand, and after the generalization to all the region, and maybe the situation is very diverse, or maybe it's the same but not at the same time. So we have also to take all these problems to have that in mind when we are giving some interpretation of data. I don't know if what I'm telling is giving really some new to research, but I think we are very have to be very present in our interpretation. It's just a reflection.
Second, so the church was in the site called Bosra. Bosra is in Palmyra, between Palmyra and Qasr Hayy.
If I may, maybe I agree with you. I think this is one part. One thing is analysis, another thing is interpretation. And we usually do interpretation for the analysis. And also the problem is how do we record the things, how do we interpret the gaps. And for example, you can question that I did to Professor GATIER. Also, reforms does not mean, do not mean necessarily transformation. Transformation does not mean necessarily reform. So the problem is also that at the end we are reconstruct, building our model on single site, and obviously that does not work. I think you, I am with you.
Like to add another area about the distribution of the site, because that is also an answer to the question about the nodes. All the sites where Greek inscriptions were found, if I'm not mistaken, except for the Gaza, are like either or steppe sites that were at some point of the time abandoned, or at least are not occupied now. Maybe I'm correct. And I think the situation is quite different in big cities, which are often still occupied and where no excavation can be conducted. So, but maybe new churches or new church buildings were more to be found in bigger cities, bigger cemeteries, than in smaller villages that were living a demographic or economic decline that is very, very.
No, not exactly. If you look at my map, there are inscriptions coming from Palestine, modern Palestine, I mean, and or if you prefer Palestine and Israel, and which are not really in specific places, not at all. And I think that some places at the east of at the east of the cultivated areas of Jordan have been very much investigated, but I don't think it changes the general point of view, or only likely. It's not, you know, for example, cities like Jerash, like Bechian have been very much investigated, so you cannot say that there was no archaeological research in cities, and that's the same thing for Bosra and for a lot of cities. So I do not agree with this way of thinking. I can take other examples, Caesarea in Palestine and so on. No.
I think it's a very good point to speak about Byzantine and Jerash, because in both cases we have an element that show maybe not Umayyad time churches, but very important urban development. And you said, because you said that everything was decreasing or collapsing during early Islam, as I understood your paper.
No,
no, but maybe it's caricatural, but in fact, what I have learned, I'm not an archaeologist, but about Byzantine and about Jerash, that we have a whole downtown center, city center with commercial commodities, and everything was planned by the government, and it's urban development.
When we discuss about this, I don't think that putting workshops in place of monumental buildings is a good way of increasing or developing a city. So the changes, you know, there were a lot of excavations in Iraq, and I don't think that it is a better, it is an increasing, or it is a way of getting more and more prosperous. And if you really look on the excavation, for example, of walls, I don't think it is saying this for there. It is speaking of growing industrial character, but before the 7th century, industrial activity was outside the city. The normal way of doing in most of the ancient cities, and what we can see, and this is a point very important, what we can see in several places, and for example, in the one I have excavated time in Lebanon, and the use of monumental buildings to make workshops and to have industrial activity is not an impression of prosperity. On the opposite.
To speak about increase or not, but the difference between the Byzantine and Islamic period of German and the workshops is that it seems it's more organized workshops, and they are increasing in size, and they are more, for instance, the workshops, the Byzantine one are very small, and the Umayyad one developed, and it's bigger and it's better organized. So it's not an indication about the population and the religion of the population, but maybe the end of the Byzantine period and the Umayyad period, the economic increase, but it doesn't mean the population is growing.
The big change, and when to make another conference on this subject, but really the description of monumental building is something very evident, and the change of the places devoted to industrial activity is another very important change. And so I see this for Syria, but we can discuss of this for every city.
I think we have been well discussing. Time for coffee. I think the info for coffee here opposite the following of Syria. AGUDO,
for the kind invitation, and I'm happy to be here and to have the chance to be exposed to recent research, to, let's say, the presence of the material presence of Christians under the early Islamic rule. And yeah, my paper is entitled "The Relevance of Churches in Early Medieval Syria," and I hope in the first paragraphs I will make clear why. What do I mean with the relevance? So my interest for churches in the Islamic world deals with a specific declination of the topic, which is the relations between the immense legacy of late antiquity and the rise of Islamic art and architecture. So the perspective of my research is therefore from, I'm an historian of Islamic art and architecture, is to look at the context between churches and mosques in the early Islamic period. And this topic cannot but be introduced by showing the impact of previous scholarship on our current knowledge on the general topic. So a striking feature of several passages of text by Arab geographers dealing with Syria and Palestine is the recurrence of references to the majesty of Christian churches. Churches are praised for their monumentality as well as for the precious materials and the shining qualities of their decoration. They were amongst the wonders of the world, among the architectural models which Arab Muslim patrons and builders aspire to replicate in their own work. However, churches are largely absent in manuals on Islamic art and architecture, on the basis that such sort of manuals is supposed to narrate the development of Islamic art and architecture in relation to the process of formation of the early Islamic state and culture. An introductory chapter is often in these manuals devoted to the late antique context of the rise of Islam, while eventually churches are introduced later on in the case of Christian buildings built within the Islamic world, adopting an Islamic style. Like, for instance, just to mention one example, the churches in Egypt during the Fatimid period, which took on stylistic features directly adopted from surrounding Islamic architecture. However, recent scholarship on early Islamic societies is increasingly stressing the role of non-Muslims as active actors and not only as subaltern minorities. And this is an extremely important point that historians of Islamic art and architecture should take into account. And I'd like to quote a passage by Jacques Tannous, which I think well summarizes the urgency to rethink our narrative of the early Islamic period. And here I quote his PhD thesis, and I know the book was published recently. I'm not sure that this same sentence was also included in the book. I should check. However, and I quote from Jacques Tannous, the various challenges represented by the sheer presence of demographic supermajorities of non-Muslims in post-conquest early Islamic societies are the dark matter of the early medieval Middle Eastern universe that historians need to take into account if they are to truly understand and explain the eventual shape Islam came to have. If we do not take seriously the question of how Muslims related to and appropriated the cultural traditions of the large conquered populations they found themselves ruling over by the middle part of the 7th century, our narrative and understanding of early medieval Middle Eastern and Islamic history will be depressingly familiar and predictable. And he continues. And if historians have addressed these issues since a while ago, and there is an increasing number of publications by our colleagues dealing with historical sources, scholars of Islamic art and architecture are still struggling to find a way to translate Tannou's advice in their own field. And to illustrate the approach dominated by the priority given to a religious dynasty-based subdivision of knowledge, one should look back at the seminal publications of the 20th century. So Jean Sauvaget's book devoted to Aleppo arranges the history of the city according to a periodization that follows the traditional view of presenting the Levant. It offers a geographical contextualization of the site of the city of Aleppo, followed by a chapter on Greek and Roman history, one on Byzantine history, one on the Arab Empire, followed by other Muslim dynasties, arranged chapter after chapter up to the Ottoman period. And following such an arrangement, churches established in the Byzantine period are discussed in the late antique chapter, of course, while mosques and religious buildings established in the Islamic period are inserted according to their own chronology. And though such an arrangement is, of course, philologically correct, as each building chronologically belongs to the period which was erected, it nevertheless creates distorting effects in our perception of history. Okay. I forgot to share.
Yeah, this is.
Okay. Yeah, perfect. Following the arrangement can be found in Sauvaget's book, the architect Michel Ecocar published an article in 1950 on the site of a Christian building in Aleppo, known as the Cathedral of the city, that stood in the place of the later medieval Madrasa al-Halawiyah, just beside the Great Mosque of the city. In outlining the phases of the site, he publishes two plans of the area. One, the one you see in the screen now in the slide, reproducing the Christian period of Aleppo, and one, the Islamic period in Aleppo. In the first one, only the cathedral is visible, and in the second one, which is this one, only the madrasa and the mosque are shown that dominate the same site within the city of Aleppo. Now, such an arrangement is correct, but it overshadows 4 centuries of history of the site, during which the cathedral was preserved in its place and the nearby mosque was erected, creating a compound within the city in which both Christian and Muslim communities had their places of worship. Such a failure in addressing an important phase of the history of Aleppo, a phase that we can perhaps define as the early medieval period in Aleppo, is related to the above-mentioned tendency to make overlap the 7th century conquest with a radical break with what was before. So either before the conquest or after the Islamic conquest or Arab conquest. More recent scholars have tried to readdress such an arrangement of contents that followed such a binary periodization. Alan Walmsley, for instance, has lamented to what extent pottery definitions based on dynasties or cultural realms might lead to misinterpretations and wrong dates, while de Segni has reassessed Christian epigraphical material to the post-conquest period after it was assigned too hastily to a Byzantine date on the basis that the conquest overlapped with the cultural terminus. Walmsley and de Segni are both discontent with the periodization according to which phenomena that were usual before the conquest during the late antique period were supposed to have expired or to no longer be relevant after the conquest in the early Islamic period. And among the most influential scholars who gave shape to such an arrangement, one has to take into account Creswell, the English architect and historian of architecture, of course. In explaining the relation new mosques established with the late antique churches, Creswell says, and I quote, "In these early days, the Muslims, when they conquered a town in Syria, usually took one of the churches and used it as a mosque, or merely divided one of the churches if the town had surrendered without resistance." End quote. Such a sentence, published in the first edition of early Muslim architecture in 1932, was enormously powerful for the way in which scholars thought about the continuity of churches in the early Islamic period. It became a sort of mantra, and here I mention only a few examples, to say and to repeat that churches were converted by Muslims into mosques or divided with Muslims, though how actually this process took place is rarely discussed. Furthermore, apart from some exceptions, such as Robert Schick's volume on the fate of churches of Jordan after the Islamic conquest, passages like the one just quoted by Creswell simply buried the churches out of the narrative of the post-conquest period. The post-conquest period becomes simply an Islamic era period. So churches do not have a place in the accounts about the rise of Islamic architecture, as they do not have a place, perhaps more ironically, in the growing scholarship on Eastern Christians or on Christians under Islam. The introduction by David Thomas to the 2009 first volume of the Bibliographical History of Christian-Muslim Relations in the early period does not contain any reference to works on material culture. And this, of course, is not due to negligence, but to the scarce secondary literature published on the topic. And another aspect helped the misinterpretation of the available data, and it is the ambiguous nature of some buildings. This is clear when we observe the modern reception of the Umayyad mosque in downtown Amman in Jordan. So pre-modern Amman was divided, as you know, I guess, into two areas dictated by the topography of the site. One portion dominated by the citadel with its vast palatial area, perhaps a mosque, and an ecclesiastical complex that recent research confirms was in use also after the 7th century, whereas the other portion of the city lies down on the bottom of the hill and feature the typical Roman grid dictated by the Cardus and the Decumanus. And by looking carefully at the downtown area, we can easily recognize that one building is orientated slightly out of axis. The entrance wall is not aligned to the line of the main street, and another feature strikes the observer and makes it distinctive, especially when compared to the buildings in its proximities. It is the subdivision within the building of the roofless area and the covered hall, and the proportion between the two sides of the latter, the width and the length. The specific orientation of the building, which often does not correspond to the grid of the classic and late antique town, together with a certain emphasis on the width of the covered area of the building, are exactly two of the original features of the so-called concept of the mosque, as Jeremy Jones put it in his 1999 article, which were quite consistently exported in the conquered territories, so out of Arabia. In fact, the building was the Friday Mosque of early Islamic Amman, as you can see it here in the plan taken from a very important publication by Alastair Northridge. However, when Howard Butler, a late antique architectural historian, and here we have one expert on his scholarship, visited Amman in the first decade of the 20th century, the only monumental section of the mosque which was still standing was the northern wall, the entrance wall of the mosque. The visible wall of the mosque was built of finely dressed limestone ashlars. It had 4 round arches windows and 3 doors, all provided with lintels. Above the lintels, the central portal had a segmental relieving arch, and the 2 lateral doors had relieving round arches. And because of these features, and because the minaret was considered to have been a later medieval addition, Butler interpreted the northern wall of the mosque as the wall of a late antique church. The quality of the construction, with the courses 45 centimeter wide, together with the round arches windows and doors provided with lintels and relieving arches, were all features widespread in late antique Syria. On a stylistic level, therefore, the building was interpretable as a church, and so did Butler. Despite, in fact, this wall was the only remain of the early Islamic mosque of Amman. And because by then Butler was so influential, the few remains of a very precious early Islamic mosque were razed to the ground in 1922 to make room for the modern Friday mosque still used nowadays in contemporary Amman. The ruins of the mosque were not preserved because the idea that was circulating was that those ruins were ruins of a church. The mosque, which has been recently studied by Alastair Northridge, as I said, had therefore on the one hand some unique Islamic features, such as the orientation and the peculiar subdivision between the courtyard and the prayer hall, together with the moderate emphasis on the width of the building. But at the same time, it was structurally similar to late antique churches. And indeed, the case of the Great Mosque of Amman is a good case study to prove the adaptation of the so-called concept of the mosque to a new context rich in architectural traditions like early Islamic Jordan. To better appreciate the formal connections of the early Mosque of Amman with late antique churches, we should enlarge our zoom and look at its urban surrounding. When the mosque was built in the early 8th century, it was erected a few meters far from an ecclesiastic area called by the archaeologists, so-called the cathedral, and consisting in a complex with at least 2 parallel churches. The one you can see on the right of the mosque. In the medieval period, one of them was converted into a khan, but at the time of the Islamic conquest, so back in the 7th, 8th century, it was still in function as a church. By comparing this late 19th century image of the apsidal wall of the late antique main church of Amman with the northern wall of the mosque I showed you before, it is not difficult to understand why both buildings were judged to be the product of the same late antique Byzantine period. In sum, in Amman, after the Islamic conquest, the main church of the Christian community was not converted into a mosque, and the new mosque did not substitute the church. Instead, the 2 buildings were standing one alongside the other, reflecting probably the composite population of the early Islamic town. The decision taken in 1922 to erase the foundations of what by then was considered to be a church prevents us nowadays from knowing more about the structure and decoration of an early Islamic or Umayyad mosque. And I should mention here that Al-Muqaddasi, for instance, describing this mosque in Amman, includes in his description also the presence of mosaics. So according to the Umayyad, let's say, decorative style that we know from other buildings. And further modern constructions also obliterated the nearby Christian remains, though not all the classical ones, so barring the late antique and early Islamic layout of the city. So while keeping in mind the urban layout of early Islamic Amman, I would like to discuss again Creswell's paragraph on the relation between churches and mosques in the early Islamic period. So again, in these early days, the Muslims, when they conquer a town in Syria, usually took one of the churches and used it as a mosque, or merely divided one of the churches if the town had surrendered without resistance. Creswell offers here two possibilities in order to make sense of the usage of churches by early Muslims. The first is a direct conversion of a church into a mosque. And the second is instead the usage of one portion of the church as a mosque. Creswell connects the two options to two different modalities of conquest of the territory where the buildings are located. The second choice would be connected to the surrender of the city without resistance, while the first, we assume, would be the result of a military conquest of a given city. Creswell inserts this passage in the section of his huge work on the Umayyad devoted to the Great Mosque of Damascus. And with regard to Damascus, with regard to the Great Mosque of Damascus, Creswell was among those scholars who dismissed the partition of the Church of St. John between Christians and Muslims. He carefully explains how after a first phase in which a small Muslim oratory was obtained within the compound of the Temenos, in which the church was also located, and here you see a very hypothetical reconstruction after Creswell by Nezar Sayyad, which however gives volume and shape to this very early Islamic phase in Damascus. It followed a second phase in which the church was destroyed and the new large mosque was erected, exploiting the entire surface of the Temenos, which is basically the Great Mosque of Damascus as we know it nowadays. And it should be added that according to Al-Masudi, which is a 10th century text, an inscription was running in the interior of the prayer hall, mentioning that the building of the mosque corresponded to the destruction of the church. If we take into account the early Islamic period, however, the pattern of superimposition of sacred buildings with the conversion of a site or of a church into a mosque was, however, not the rule, but only an option rarely implemented. I can refer here, for instance, to the case of the Friday Mosque of Hama in Syria, too, which is clearly the result of the conversion of a late antique church into a mosque, and which, however, it's still far from clear the chronology of the conversion, with hypotheses ranging from the post-conquest period, so the 7th century, to the 9th century Abbasid rule. More often, it is the second option formulated by Creswell to have been implemented. But how exactly? What does it mean in practice, division of a church with Muslims? What do Arabic Islamic sources imply when they say that 1/4 or 1/2 of a church was used as a mosque? As I show in the case of Aleppo, the one you see here, and Amman, in important late antique cities that were conquered and Islamized after the 7th century, the new Friday Mosque was built in the proximity of the extant church. This choice suggests that the church continued to be used also after the erection of the mosque, but also that the site of the mosque was often selected by looking at the position of existing churches. Now, and this is very important, I don't want to imply that the proximity of churches and mosques was a rule neither. If we think of Jerash, for instance, we discovered that the mercantile areas were as attractive as churches when the decision to build a mosque was taken in the early Islamic period. However, the proximity or contiguity pattern did exist in the early Islamic period. And I should remind you here the case of Resafa in northern Syria, where the Friday mosque was built juxtaposed to the church, turned 90 degrees with respect to the church, which, as you know, was an important pilgrimage destination before and after the Islamic conquest. It is even possible to speculate on some possible legal regulations that reflected such urban layout. And the legal aspect should not be overlooked. As Cresswell pointed out, it was important how a city or a territory surrendered to Muslims, but it was important as well when further regulations structured the relations between Christian and Muslim communities. And there is one version of the so-called Shurut Omar, or Pact or Covenant of Omar, that refers to Syria and seems to vaguely refer to the implementation of the proximity or contiguity pattern, as I call it. And I quote, "It will be possible for me, Omar, to take the portion of the Qibla of the precinct of their churches for the mosques of the Muslims, because these are in the center of the cities." Of course, this is a text dated to the 13th century. When we try to transfer such regulation on the ground, we should keep in mind that during late antiquity, the main church of an average city was not, however, a single basilica building, but often consisted of a complex of structures, including several places of worship of different sizes, baptisteries, residential compounds, and service structures. Here, for instance, are church complexes excavated in Syria and in Jordan, but the main point I would like to stress is that it is likely the term kanisa, as it appears in Arabic Islamic sources, refers to the whole complex. When we read that Christians and Muslims share, divided between themselves, a kanisa, we should think of the subdivision of a compound and not of a single basilica or church. It follows that Muslims took a fraction of the whole complex for themselves, but often left untouched the consecrated building used for Christian rituals. So 1/4 or 1/2 of the church did not mean that Muslims prayed within a church, but that they took over a portion of the compound or urban area within which the church was located. So I believe that the increasing focus of recent research projects on Christian art and architecture under early Islam can be productive also to enlighten the conditions and context of the rise of Islamic art and architecture, especially sacred architecture. So mosques were not created in a vacuum, and Christian communities were not a separate island within the early Islamic world. So to bring the majority of the population and its material culture at the center of the discussion might also help to reassess the debate on the origin of Islamic art and architecture. Thank you. Should I stay here? No, I go. No, I go back to the process.
Yes, because over the
first to make it was always the same problem. Presentazione dall'inizio. Ok, da
And then where is the mouse? Vas-y, je trouve plus la souris. C'est bizarre ce qui se passe. Elle est où la souris? Attends. Elle est là. Attends. C'est compliqué leur truc. Là, ça enferme. On va le relancer. Voilà, il est où? Non, parce qu'il n'est pas partagé là. C'est bizarre. En fait, il est là. Ouais, c'est bizarre ce truc. Hein. Ouais. Tu veux qu'on essaye celui-là? Bon, essayons. On va partir. Là, il y a un problème sur la fenêtre. D'accord. Je sais pas ce que c'est. Attends. Et là, on va revenir à ton truc. Peut-être que ça va remarcher. Il est là. Tac. Voilà. C'était un bug de l'écran. Ça marche pas. Et normalement, c'est partagé.
So I will focus on one city, Damascus, and there will be some links with what Mattia said. Discussion about the churches of Damascus in the early Islamic period is usually based on one major source, Ibn Asakir's Tarikh Madinat Dimashq, the history of the city of Damascus, which is a biographical dictionary with a topographical introduction. In this introduction, the great Damascene traditionalist and scholar who lived in the 12th century provides his readers with one chapter on the churches of Damascus, as well as several chapters that recount traditions about the Great Mosque of Damascus, built under the Umayyad Caliph Al-Walid, and one of the architectural projects of the Umayyad Caliphs. Both matters, churches and Great Mosque, are not disconnected. Indeed, the Great Mosque was built inside the antique sacred precinct, Temenos of Damascus, where the former Roman temple had been replaced during the Byzantine period by a church, a Christian church dedicated to Saint John, and where a smaller mosque, here it's a tentative map, had been in use since the conquest of the city in the proximity of the church. It is then not surprising that some of the traditions collected by Ibn Asakir about the Great Mosque deal with the confiscation of the site from the Christians and the destruction, demolition of the church. It's chapter 3 in the edition of Salah ad-Din al-Mulajid and the French translation of Nikita Elisir. The narratives show that the Caliph was facing a legal issue, as this church of St. John was supposed to have been granted to the Christians by the treaty of Khalid ibn al-Walid, the conqueror of Damascus. It was still a juridical problem at the time of the Caliph Omar ibn Abdel Aziz, and indeed, according to Ibn Asakir's traditions in chapter 6, the Christians of Damascus claimed their church back to the Caliph, to Omar II, on the basis of Khalid's treaty, the Treaty of Khalid. The Treaty of Khalid is also the basis of chapter 12, devoted to the, quote, places of worship of the people of the Dhimma contained in the treaty signed by the forebears of our community. So this is the chapter on the churches. 15 churches, Arabic Kana'is, were supposedly included in the treaty, including one Jewish synagogue, because Kanisa is also the term for Jewish synagogue. These Kana'is are numbered and located with indications whether they were still active or converted into a mosque or already in ruins at the time of Ibn Asakir. Ibn Asakir's introduction, itself depending on his Arab Muslim sources, remains mainly focused on two aspects: the history of the Great Mosque and the legal issues related to the way Damascus was conquered,
And as we saw already with Mattia, it was really a topic for jurists, Islamic jurists. In this paper, I propose to reverse the perspective on the churches of the early Islamic Damascus by considering their significance for its Christian inhabitants. With three main questions: what consequences did the loss of the Church of the Temenos have for the Christian sacred landscape and ecclesiastical topography? May we trace a reorganization of the Christian communities of Damascus around other places of worship, ancient or new? And what does the evolving situation of the churches in Damascus say about the social, economic, and political dynamics faced by the Christians of the city? The available evidence is far from drawing a comprehensive picture of the Christian topography of Damascus. However, a handful of texts, I am a historian, maybe you guessed, allow us to sketch some of the dynamics at stake in Damascus among the Christians, their church hierarchy, and their religious buildings. Sparse mentions of the churches of Damascus are to be found first in other parts of Ibn Asakir's Tarikh Medinat Dimashq, the history of the city of Damascus, a huge work which remains to be explored more systematically from this perspective, but also in chronicles, hagiography, and writings about holy places. But there are sparse mentions. Furthermore, we now have a central piece of evidence for our knowledge of the churches of Damascus in the 9th century. It consists in a pseudo-documentary dossier of 9 documents preserved in 2 manuscript copies. So these are not the original, pseudo is just because they are not the original documents, but manuscript copies. These documents were gathered by David, Metropolitan Bishop of Damascus in the late 9th century, during a conflict opposing him to his patriarch, Simeon of Antioch, against whom he got the support of the 2 other patriarchs, Elias of Jerusalem and Michael of Alexandria. This dossier of primary importance for our topic is not published yet, but analyzed, edited, and partially translated in French in my doctoral dissertation. And the first document is published and translated in French in this reference on the screen. It reveals a conflict lasting several decades among different groups within the Melkite Christians of Damascus about the administration of the churches, especially the management of their income and property. The dossier of David of Damascus concerns Melkite Christians. So what about the Syrian Orthodox and East Syrian churches in Damascus? For the East Syrian church, Ibn Asakir mentions 2 Nestorian churches, both already converted into mosques in his time. Eutychius of Alexandria, who is a Melkite chronicler and patriarch of the 10th century, reports for the year 312 of the Hijra, that is 924, that the church of the Nestorians was destroyed during a Muslim riot among many churches and monasteries. For the Jacobites, Ibn Asakir mentions 1 church in ruins and another one known today as the Church of the Jacobites. We'll come back to this church later to show that it was probably the one, or just the next one, founded next to his residence by the Patriarch Simeon of Antioch during his conflict with the Metropolitan David in the 9th century. So this church may have shifted, from the Melkites to the Jacobites between the 9th and the 12th century. Though Nestorian and Jacobite churches were then to be found in early Islamic Damascus, the bulk of the evidence concerns Melkite Christians who seemingly held the predominant position in the city among other Christian churches. So this is the outline of the paper. And first, I would like to underline the issues at stake in controlling churches in an Islamic city, taking the case of Damascus, which is a special case study, given its status as
capital of the Umayyad caliphs, if not their permanent residence, and its significant Muslim elites. As for other Syrian cities, later Arabic sources have preserved different versions of a surrender treaty, a capitulation treaty. Whatever form these treatises took, and it's not a topic now, the arrangements made at the time of the conquest did allow the Christians to claim ownership of their churches. However, this did not prevent pressure by members of the new Arab Muslim elite for the appropriation of certain sites or buildings, and this pressure would have proved especially true in cities where the Muslim ruling elite was significantly established, which is the case of Damascus. For example, Ibn Asakir relates a series of traditions relating to the way the Umayyad Caliph Omar ibn Abdul Aziz enforced Christian ownership of churches that had been recognized to them by treaty, so the same treaty of Khalid, even when these churches had been seized and subsequently allocated to Muslims. Among these traditions is the one you have on the screen, which may indicate churches belonging to Byzantine notables on the eve and aftermath on the Arab conquest of Damascus, but whose problematic syntax makes difficult to interpret. So it's a tradition. I did not copy the entire isnad, but according to Ibn al-Mu'alla, Abu Mushir said, after the conquest of Damascus, 12 Byzantine patricians, so it means Batariqat al-Rum, the word is Batrik, Elisiev translated bishop, but it's obviously not bishops, were left in place, and I did not translate the sentence segment because it's really complicated. وكان لكل بطرك منهم في منزله يعني كنيسته. And it's complicated, but yeah, it's a question of manzil, so residence, and of church, that is kanisa. They stayed there for a while, then worriedly fled from Damascus and abandoning their residences, which were given as fiefs, ikta, to certain notables of Damascus, such as Bahtar ibn Mudlij al-Udri and others. And when Omar ibn Abdulaziz became caliph, he deprived their descendants of these fiefs, which he returned to the non-Arabs, so the Christians, al-Arajim. On his death, they were returned to the descendants of those who had first received them as fiefs. So we have this kind of negotiation pressures and claim before the caliph. In the first decades following the conquest, very few is known about the fate of the different churches of Damascus. The only one mentioned in the sources is the Church of St. John in the Temenos. A small mosque, as we already said, was built inside the Temenos, but did not replace the church nor partition it, as was already shown by Cresswell. In this early phase, then, only the immediate environment of the Church of St. John, not the church itself, was modified. The reign of Al-Walid in the early 8th century is then a turning point. Under Al-Walid, the site of the Temenos is confiscated and the church demolished in order to build the new Great Mosque. The confiscation of the site appears as the result of negotiations implying compensations and thus affecting other churches, both inside the city and in its ruta, so the oasis surrounding Damascus. The traditions, however, are complex and somewhat contradictory, because Ibn Asakir gives all the traditions he knows, but doesn't. Some are contradictory. For our purpose, the question is what the loss of the Church of the Temenos did to the Melkite church organization in Damascus. It implies to understand which status this church had prior to its destruction. The Church of St. John the Baptist is often called the Cathedral of Damascus in modern scholarship, as in some Christian texts posterior to its destruction. For example, Agathus of Mendish, Michael the Great. If this was the case, it suggests that the Christians of Damascus had to find another church to be their great church, the church of their bishop. From the 9th century onwards, the Cathedral Church of Damascus has undoubtedly been the Church of Saint Mary, which is called in the Arabic sources Mart Mariam or Mariamia. Saint Mary remains the cathedral church during the later Middle Ages and is still part of the Greek Orthodox Patriarchate. Two scenarios look possible in my view. One, the Church of the Temenos was indeed the cathedral church in the Byzantine period, whose attributions simply shifted to Saint Mary after the confiscation of Al-Walid. Of course, this is speculative, we have no evidence for that. Two, so the other scenario, another church of Damascus functioned as the cathedral church, the bishop church, even prior to the loss of St. John, which was an important sanctuary, but not a cathedral. And this church, then, this cathedral church, was probably already Saint Mary, but again, there is no proof. In any case, the name of St. John was transferred to another church of St. John, Mar Yohanna, as stated in one tradition by Ibn Asakir. And the existence of this second church of St. John is well attested in the 9th and 10th century. We even know its precise location in the suburban area of Al-Faradis, outside of the northern gate of the same name, Bab al-Faradis. It could have been built following the destruction of the Church of the Temenos, in which case it would be, but it's also tentative, a new church dating from the Islamic period. So from this consideration about the new Mar Yohanna, I come to my second section towards the new topography of the churches in the early Islamic Damascus from the 8th to the 10th century. The dossier of David of Damascus brings several new elements to our knowledge of the churches of the city, especially in the 9th and last document of the series. This text, whose major part is preserved in only one of the two manuscripts, is a copy of a previous judgment taken by Theodore of Antioch in 876. Theodore is the immediate predecessor of Simeon of Antioch on the Patriarchal See. In 876, he came to Damascus with an assembly of bishops in order to solve a long-lasting conflict among the local Christians about the property of the churches and the management of their income. In this occasion, so we're not in the later conflict, but in 876, the document mentions first a conflict between the people of Saint Mary and the people of Saint Cyprian, Mar Cyprian. As already stated, Saint Mary was by then the cathedral church of the Melkites. As for Saint Cyprian, this church is well documented, but later, as shown by Joseph Nasrallah in his article about Damas et la Damascène, leurs églises à l'époque byzantine, which deals with a much later period. Also, the interesting point is that this church was situated very close to Saint Mary, if not adjacent to the cathedral. So the antagonist groups of believers of Saint Mary and Saint Cyprian were not then members of rival parishes in the Western territorial meaning of the term parish. Nevertheless, these groups were affiliated to a specific church and claimed the right to manage the resources of this church. Further on, the judgment of Theodore of Antioch has an original list of 4 churches whose liturgical vessels and clothes had to be removed and stored in the treasury of the Cathedral St. Mary. So it's the text here. And the wealth of the churches, Mal al-Ganais, in gold, silver, or copper vessels and liturgical vestments that belong to Saint Cyprian, Mar Cyprian, Saint George, Mar Georgis, Saint John, Mar Yohanna, Saint Bacchus, Mar Bacchus, will be deposited in the treasure house, Beit al-Hadi, at Saint Mary the Catholic, Mar Mariam al-Catholic. This patriarchal decision may be interpreted as a will to reinforce the bishop's authority over the possessions of the churches. The list also sheds light on little-known churches. 2 of them, that we already mentioned, may be located on the map, thanks to cross mentions in other texts. Saint Cyprian, so this double red circle here, is located next to Saint Mary, according to later sources. And Saint John is here in the area of Al-Faradis. I don't see my mouse. So yeah, you see the double circle and the northern area of Al-Faradis. And this location in Al-Faradis area is made according to Ibn Asakir, but also to Ibn al-Qalanisi, another Damascene chronicler, who mentions this church as a topographical mark when he reports a fire in Al-Faradis area in the year 363 of the Hijra, that is 973. Two other churches of the list remain barely a name, Saint Bakos, I have no other attestation, and Saint George Margirgis, unless we read instead of Girgis, Sergis or Sargis, which would give Saint Sergius. And if it's a copyist error, it's possible in Arabic, and we have only one manuscript copy, so it's not impossible. If this would prove true, it would then be the same church as the one mentioned by Leontius of Damascus in his hagiography of Saint Stephen of Pharsabas under the name Saint Sergius Maxilaton, itself identified with the church mentioned by Ibn Asakir under the name Al-Maqsallat, which is in this area on the map of Edessa. So in short, we have 5 Melkite churches, including the cathedral, who are attested, and 4 of them are more or less located on the map of Damascus. It should also be noted that in the same documents, the maintenance and building or restoration, Aymara, which is the ambiguous word of the churches, comes in second position in the expenses of the metropolitan, just after taxation, Kharaj. This is an indirect hint to their importance. Moreover, the churches were not the only church buildings in Damascus. In his complaint, David of Damascus mentions a church bakery, Fourn al-Kanisa, which was a significant source of income through the lease that was paid to the church by the managers of the bakery. Through the complaint of David of Damascus, we also learned that the Patriarch Simeon of Antioch, when coming to Damascus, lived in his residence and designed in it a church on the occasion of the conflict with the bishop. So he set up a church in his residence in which he celebrated the liturgy. He invited those who wanted to pray there to attend without my permission, etc. So the bishop is complaining about this initiative of the patriarch. The complaint does not give any information about the location of this church. However, we know by the annals of Eutychius of Alexandria that the name of Simeon, the family name, so to speak, was Ibn Zarnaq, Sim'an Ibn Zarnaq. It happens that Dar Ibn Zarnaq is mentioned in Ibn Asakir's chapter on the churches. He mentions first Kanisa bi Hadrat Dar Ibn Zarnaq, a church situated next to the house of the residence of Ibn Zarnaq. And this mention comes to locate the Jacobite church of Ibn Asakir's time, situated next to the Dar and close to Bab Tuma in northeastern Damascus. So from this, we may infer that the Church of Simeon, which may be labeled a private church, was located in the vicinity of Bab Tuma. It was either transferred to the Jacobite Christians of Damascus, or they built another building in the same place at a period we don't know exactly what it is. The Jacobite church was, in any case, still active in the 11th century, as the Damascene Christian physician Abul Faraj al-Yabrudi had his funerals in the Jacobite church, which stands next to Bab Tuma, according to Ibn Abi Utaybi'a in his dictionary of the physicians. After David of Damascus, other texts refer to churches in Damascus, mainly in the aftermath of the recurring troubles of the 10th century. An undated and anonymous narrative of the destruction of St. Mary, published by Alexander Trieger, mentions two churches otherwise unknown, the Church of the Savior, Soutiros, and the Church of St. Sabas, Mary Saba. They were no longer extant at the time the narrative was composed, in the aftermath of the destruction of St. Mary, either in 924 or in 1009. There were two destructions, but the text is not dated, so it's difficult to know to which destruction it applies. As for the Melkite chronicler and patriarch Eutychius of Alexandria, he reports the destruction of St. Mary in 924, along with the plundering of the nearby monastery of the women, Der al-Nisa. Monasteries should not be forgotten in the picture. We know that several monasteries outside the city played an important role, for instance, in Der Murran, on the slope of Mount Kasyoun. Der Murran is a place known in relationship to the Umayyads, but it was also, for example, used as a refuge by David of Damascus during his 890 conflict with his patriarch. In the last section, I would like to go beyond the topographical issue, because churches were also a stake in power relations between the metropolitan bishop and several groups of Damascene Christians, relations which are reflected in the same dossier of David of Damascus. Unknown in the narrative sources, the conflicts that occurred in Damascus throughout the 9th century sheds light on the interests of wealthy urban Christian families in the management of the churches they were affiliated to. According to several canons of councils, the bishop was, in theory, responsible for the economic administration of the church and had to appoint a steward, an oikonomos, to assist him in this task. These canons, these church canons, are frequently quoted in the dossier of David of Damascus. However, the actual situation in Damascus seems to have been quite different, as stated in the judgment of Theodore of Antioch in 876. So he says, we found them, the patriarch is speaking, and he has gathered an assembly of bishops, and he says, we found them, the people of Damascus, united in appearance, gathered in one church belonging to one ruler, glorifying him and giving thanks to him for his providence, his tadbir, and government, yasa. But in reality, when their affairs are thoroughly examined and scrutinized, they are divided and dispersed about their management, tadbir also, of the churches, and their income, mustahallat. Among them, some recall that the churches of God are in their hands as an inheritance from their fathers. And the patriarch goes on and insists on this idea of appropriation of the churches by some of the believers. We already noticed that the antagonist groups of Damascene Christians were affiliated to a specific church. The faithful could have made donations to this church, have family members among its clergy, and other things which would motivate their desire to keep a right of control over the administration of its resources. The comparison with Edessa is enlightening on this point. It's earlier, but I think it's a good parallel. In 628, when the Emperor Heraclius expelled the Miaphysite bishop of Edessa and gave the great church to the Chalcedonians, the Syriac chronicles, depending on Dionysius of Telmache, recount the consequences for the prominent Miaphysite families of Edessa. So it's like a false reference because it's a retranslation into English. I do have Palmer on my desk, but so I translated it to French and then again into English. But at that time, the dignitaries of Edessa were descendants of the following great lineages. So the name of the families of Edessa. They and their ancestors had endowed the great church with all its treasure of gold and silver, as well as with gardens, mills, shops, and public baths. On this occasion, they could not oppose the king's, so Heraclius' order. Nevertheless, they hoped to return with their bishop and regain possession of the church after the king had returned to the heart of the Byzantine territories. The same kind of relationship can be postulated between the wealthy Melkite families of Damascus and the Cathedral of St. Mary, as well as the church nearby Church of St. Cyprian. 10th century texts also hint that at least a part of the Christians of Damascus had a high economic and social position. It seems likely that the conflicting parties were constituted by major families, with both clerics and laymen among their members. The involvement of the Damascene clergy in the conflict is revealed, for instance, by the demand of choosing the oikonomoi, the stewards, among monks of Jerusalem to avoid choosing local clergy, or another demand of appointing as oikonomoi one resident and one foreigner to the city. The bishop's authority over the income of the churches seems to have been regularly challenged. The judgment of Theodore of Antioch refers to a previous Kitab al-Sulh, which could be translated here as an act of reconciliation. It's not a peace treaty, which looks like an attempt of the believers of the faithful to avoid the bishop's control over the income of the churches. This act of reconciliation, approved by both the members of the two churches, Ahl Kanisatain, that is St. Mary's and St. Cyprian's, had been concluded under the aegis, and yes, it's not in this passage, but just before. This act had been concluded under the aegis of certain trusted elders, Sikat Mashayechim. So we see here that the members of the two churches approve this act in common. And what is the decision? That they had divided the income of the two churches and established this to the stewards of St. Cyprian, the maintenance of its resources, and to the stewards, the people of St. Mary's Church, the administration of its resources. With this Kitab al-Sulh, a kind of alternative model to the church united around its bishop, was adopted by the faithful, presumably to resolve tensions related to the lack of a clear distribution of income between the two churches, and presumably also at the detriment of St. Cyprian and at the advantage of St. Mary. This model consisted in allocating to each church its own property and income entrusted to their respective administrators. This attempt was challenged by the judgments of 876 and then by the policy of the Metropolitan David, who tried to reimpose the bishop's control over all church property in the city. Indeed, the 876 judgment refused to separate the administration of the two churches by entrusting it to different stewards, but insisted that they be managed together by persons chosen for this purpose under the authority of the Metropolitan. In his complaint, David refers to this as a decision that restored peace among the inhabitants of Damascus. On the contrary, the economic grievances expressed by the same Metropolitan in his complaint are directly related to the prescriptions contrary to this judgment and to the canons issued by Simeon of Antioch. The intervention of Simeon of Antioch in Damascus in 890 thus put a stop to the process of concentration of ecclesiastical wealth and its administration in the hands of the bishop. The economic aspects of his action, as denounced by David of Damascus, are summarized in the following in the chart you have on the screen. Do I have the 2 minutes? Oh, yeah, okay. So you have on one column the decisions of Simon of Antioch as stated by David with his opponents, and in the right column the pattern defended by David of Damascus and by Elias of Jerusalem, the patriarch, who is supporting David against Simon. And so there are several chapters. Here I chose only the economic points. So the appointment of the oikonomoi, Simon appoints people among the laymen. David wanted to appoint oikonomoi among the clergy. Contracts of church properties, which Simeon makes in the name of the patriarch, of himself and of the economy without the bishop. And David insists that they have to be made in the name of the metropolitan and that all documents must have his signature. 3, personal income of the bishop. Simeon imposes a limited stipend, a diaria, with a threshold of 2 disciples, talamid, and 3 mounts not to be exceeded by David. And of course, David claims for financial freedom of the bishop. And the 4th point is the management of the church bakery, Fond al-Kanisa. Simeon decided to abolish the fee coming from the lease contract, and David praises his own action because he gave the bakery to manage to Christians who were paying a variable fee to the church up to 230 dinars. The action of Simeon of Antioch was supported by some groups among the faithful, whereas other Christian notables stood with their bishop. The discontent of the former probably came from the fact that in application of the 876 judgment, the administration of church wealth had become increasingly centralized around the metropolitan in favor of the cathedral, to the detriment of the clerics and laity of the other churches. So, to conclude, as precious as it is for the topography and faith of the Christian churches in Damascus in the first centuries of Islam, Ibn Asakir's Tarikh Madinat Dimashq is not anymore our sole source on this topic. The documents gathered in the dossier of David of Damascus preserve, along with names of little-known churches, the memory of a church conflict, which is also an urban economic struggle for a period of time, the 9th century, for which the late 9th century, for which Damascus and beyond Syria is quite marginal in the historiography of the Abbasid era. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Matilde. Ahmed, you want to start up here? This section is open.
I have just point for both of you. On the Islamic text, we just have not Kanisa or Kanais. There was Bay'ah from Diyar of the Arab Nasraniya, or sometimes Haykel also, but it's not very usually to use this word Haykel, but we understand it's meaning Kanisa or Bay'ah or Diyar. And the tradition of Syrian, or what they write as Arab Muslim after the conquest of Islam, we know this still like it after. And for that, the beginning, have some mistake to understand the tradition, the building of Christian people. For that, in the text, they say Manzil Bakri, because Manzil is mean residence. Habitation or some place to bishop or be lived in it, and this is some mistake for interpretation by Muslims. But the source, Syrian source for the altitude of the Muslim for the church and monastery, we have some ambiguity in the beginning of concept, because not all the Christian welcoming to conquest of Islam, and there was some prayer and emphasis of changement of political and power. But in Syria, the area was controlled by the Byzantine and Roman, is different than north of Mesopotamia or Mesopotamia those contexts. And for that, we have many things. It's not clear, and we don't know exactly what happened in the beginning about church. All this written is after, and transformation of the church and monastery existed in Iraq and Mesopotamia and medieval period also. Because I don't say it's normal, but because the function of the church with the mosque is not too much complicated for some direction of the Qibla or Makkah and direction of the church, nor as we have example also some church Maryamana changes to mosques in the period Mamluk biblical period, and this is what I want to say. And just to inform also for Al-Ajam, first time I hear this, Al-Ajam is normally used for the not for Christians, more than for Arab in Iraq and Persian people or Kurdish also, but not for the Christians in Syria or in this area. They use Nasrani or Nasrani is what they use, but I don't know. Al-Ajam is used more than for, because we have and the Street of Geographic text, Iraq al-Ajam, Iraq al-Arabi, used to be by Arab, and no Arab is meaning Kurdish, Persian, and Syria or Aramean. Because, yes.
I think in this context, it was about the residences of the Byzantine patricians.
Yeah, Rumi, because the division of geographical theology say Dar al-Islam, Dar al-Rum.
I think Ibn Asakir is implying that they are foreign people because really Byzantine and not local Christian Syrians, because there was a notable, so the one who left after the conquest.
More than
yeah.
No. Well, thank you. About the second point, of course, I mean, in the medieval period, we find plenty of conversion. The problem is the early Islamic period. There are several reasons why in the medieval period was very usual for churches to be converted into mosques. For the area of Syria and Palestine, we should take into account also the Islamic reconquest of the area after the Crusaders. And plus also the Seljuk arrival in the area even before the Crusades. So, the problem is the early Islamic period, for which we don't have so much evidence about the direct conversion of churches into mosques. And about terminology, well, here there are bigger experts than I must mention that in the case of Aleppo, for instance, sources say Kanisa when they refer to the whole building, I would say, and Haikal for the altar or for the most consecrated area of, but this is just one example I have. Perhaps the fact that, as you said, is not consistent the usage of these different terms for different parts of different typologies of churches or monasteries, but perhaps not this.
I agree with. I didn't study. I think terminological study, which would be very useful. Haikal, I think it's either sanctuary, so the most sacred part of the church, or temple in a very broad meaning. So yeah, it's difficult to know. But I agree with the idea that Kanisa can have the can be the church complex or just the building of the church. So it's ambiguous.
Yes, for the question, very complicated. Now, when they say PR, some authors later understand PR to be a wood, and some, in the case of Kanisa, the same. So, Kanisa can be the church, and PR can be the synagogue, which is intuitive for us. because of etymology, because of many things, and we need study, as you said, on vocabulary, because myself I'm lost, and in the legal text always they say Radia, Walhakanisa. I don't know why they are duplicating, because both are synonyms actually. Just I have just a point on the for Jacobites and historians in Damascus. You have in text in 7th century text, you have mention of bishops of the dispersed, I don't know in English, people. And you find it in historian sources of Damascus and in the region. And also I found something look like in Jacobites. They say Arabs, something like that. I thought maybe the mistake for Arab, not only Mesopotamia, but could be the dispersed people. Also for Damascus, I don't know. It's just and I had another thing. Again, it's Naqsa. It's sure it is in the. Is there some kind of debate on where is the Naqsa? Because I have seen other maps, like maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm mistaken. And the Naqsa would be on the northern part of the city. Really a question, I don't know.
I have to check that. I just took the map of EDCF. I did check the places of the churches, but I think some time ago, and for the presentation I did it too quickly, so it needs to be checked. Yeah.
Mr. Kibeti, what is exactly the intention of the datation of the mosque in Amman? I think you were saying of Umayyad mosque. It's difficult to me this minaret to affirmative. That was my question.
Well, I rely on knowledge expertise, which perhaps is not sufficient for some colleagues, but still, I don't think that the minaret should be used to state, I mean, the construction of the building. I mean, it could be an addition made later. I mean, I would not focus on the minaret itself, you know, to date the whole building. Whereas the northern wall of the so-called mosque, or the building interpreted as a mosque, I mean, in that case, of course, we are dealing with something belonging to the first millennium, I would say, and I mean, so to the early medieval period or even later construction. That would be my understanding of what was available before it was destroyed at the beginning of the 20th century. I mean, for pictures, of course.
Thank you for your presentation. One of the two questions that I had was the same as Pierre-Louis, because in fact, when I read for the first time the interpretation of ArScan knowledge, I completely disagreed because we don't have absolute documentation of the mosque. Because yes, he said yes, there is a Umayyad mosque of the Syrian, also for the location of the mosque in practice replace there, but we are only the picture that is partner five. So probably, but we look at the example that probably I agree with you that probably the tower was another almost medieval, so probably was something ancient. We don't know, or we know very well that there is a naive phase. So why not in medieval most of the downtown of Mainz? Second point, I think we go to the ArScan knowledge, so it's, I think that we discussed.
Yeah. But well, it's not the citadel, right? It's downtown.
It's downtown.
Yeah. No, the only point is that I put, well, of course, again, the only evidence is photograph. That kind of typology of construction, let's say, does not belong to a late medieval phase, let's say. But of course, I mean, that's a judgment based on a very little evidence.
And thank you very much, like also for the rediscussion of the Creswell, of the work of Creswell, because Creswell did a work for us. But I think that we have to start to discuss some points of Creswell, because, for example, as we know, all of the questions about the miners and so on, Creswell has most of his work not on direct surface, but for example, 18% of the materials, the graphic materials that use from other outlets, for example, from Bosra. And so all of his interpretation came from ANSI drawings without surveying directly the buildings, and that I found that is one of the biggest problems that when we work with the Creswell documents. And in particular, also, thanks also about the discussion of the 2 points about the so, Creswell, when he wrote something wow, and in reality is a little bit more complex. And for example, I was thinking about what the chronology, and for example, I know only some buildings in North Jordan, and the situation that's so for example, I didn't find any church in the Islamic period that should find material traces about the conversion, occupation by Islamic. As you said, we have here the occupation of churches only in particular at the beginning of the Ayyubi period, and we know now, thanks to material sources and more archaeological excavation, that the period of construction of Israel, in particular in North Jordan. So,
yeah, I can perhaps refer to, I think there is one whole issue of Mukarnas devoted to the legacy of Creswell for Islamic architectural historians. 1991, or I thought of 1993, but it's 1991, yeah. And I should mention here, for instance, how much influential was and still is, for instance, Creswell way of dating buildings according, for instance, to pointed arches, which, for instance, in the case of Hama, I mean, recent publications used again Creswell methodology in order to date very few remains of the mosque of Hama, or the photographs of the mosque of Hama before it.
There's also, I tried to do the same work with the point of touch, and I saw how so we have also to think that Creswell had institutes that were not as I don't know, 3D studies or photogrammetry that we have now. So also in that point, it was something really, but only to connect the question of the churches and the mosques. For example, I think that we have also to think about another point of view of the using of the church that probably was something as functional use for maybe materials during times, not because there was a church, for example, here to that, because probably that buildings that collapsed with the time have own materials that they garments need to be something new. So also this so that also is type of recycling of the materials, and they put there during the time churches. I think also this point has to be next.
I'm not sure.
Can I follow the discussion? I agree also with Piero, no? Work on casual is the fundament, but it should be reviewed, no? We have told already about 50 billion, now it's Christmas time, no? And I was thinking, for example, in Al-Andalus, what he writes about Al-Andalus, which is very few, only the Carta of Merida. I'm not sure now, but I think he does it based on Torres Valdez or Gómez Moreno, as always. So it wasn't not there, no? So that's also common to other places. I am especially interested in your Mattia, in your reflection of what does it mean, the division of a mosque, no?
Of a church.
Sorry, division of a church, my God. Since in Córdoba we have also this tradition, which is already Jonathan Bloom, but also Susana Calvo have studied, and it seems to be a topoid based mainly on that of Damascus, are even when written accounts are later, and also the few archaeological records we have don't prove that idea of dividing the church of San Vicente to build later on the first division and then the new mosque. This idea still remains, no? And the option that you give that they divide the complex but not the building itself, no? Could be an explanation for this total that I don't know if we find somewhere else. If it's only Damascus, Cordoba, and there are more places where this division is mentioned.
Mentioning the written sources. Well, there are a handful of cities. Homs in Syria is one of them.
But Islamic sources or all Islamic?
No, Arabic Islamic sources describing the division of the church between Christians and early Muslims in the early Islamic period. So there are Diyarbakir is another city in which the same division is mentioned. So apparently I'm referring to written sources, so that there are some cities to which this pattern of division was applied in written sources. And then the problem is to understand what actually occurred on the ground, let's say, in these cities. And what, of course, and what is interesting is that apparently in the place where the great mosque stands nowadays, there was also a church. So the sources are referring to something happening, and they are describing something real, let's say. The point is to understand the early Islamic phase, which is no longer visible. If we think of Diyarbakir today in Turkey, the mosque was refashioned in the medieval period, and we're not sure what was there before the Seljuk renovation, let's say, and also enlargement of the great mosque on a site in which before the Seljuk rule of the city, there was for sure a church and another mosque. So yeah, that's the challenge. To
yeah, to basically contrast what the written sources say and what actually is available.
N'hésitez pas, on a le temps. Sorry, again for Mr. Mathieu Guillet. The legal Byzantine, Roman and Byzantine text give a definition of a church as a space where there are gardens, where there are baths, and where there are special buildings. It was perfectly well studied by the edition of the Theologian Codex, in the collection Sources Chrétiennes, and there are a lot of texts about what is the church.
Yeah, that would be helpful, of course. A legal definition of a church before the Islamic context. And the bath, the garden, is what has been reconstructed for Aleppo, the great church before the Islamic context, following descriptions in the written sources. So it's very same element. Yeah.
And there is an inscription about the rebuilding of the bath.
Exactly. Yeah.
Thank you very much for both of you. And I have quite the same question for you, Mathilde. I wondered if I well understood that, in fact, you mentioned the bath, the garden, the bakery, and the shops, which were the properties of the church, and the main income finally, when the church rent this kind of facilities, and this constitute the main income of the church at the time?
There were two things. The bath, shops, mills, etc. were in Edessa. It was just to make a parallel between Damascus and Edessa. But in Damascus, there is just a bakery. And yes, the whole story is longer than that I presented. But David, when he came as a bishop, found this bakery managed by Muslims, and they paid, I think, 40 dinars as a fixed tax to the church, to lease or qabala, but I didn't. It's not very clear which kind of contract it is, to the church. And he's very proud of his action because he took the bakery back. He gave it to Christian managers who had to pay a variable tax, and then the income increased and until it reached 230 dinars. I don't remember if he gives a period of time, if it's 230 dinars a year or so. Yes, it was this kind of indirect management. And there are parallels in Egypt, in Eva Vipsika's works of bakeries leased by the church to bakers.
The property of the church and
in this instance, it seems to be a bakery to produce bread for the prosphora, so for the offerings to the church. But the text is quite difficult to interpret. I can show you after if you want. There is mention of this bread produced for the prosphora, but also the mention that it is sold at 2/3 of the price of the white bread, silignion. It's a Greek word transcribed into Arabic, sold on the markets. So yes.
Right from the church and also for charitable
Yes, perhaps this is the reason why they can sell it at a lower price than the price fixed by the sovereign, by the sultan.
And the last question, maybe. Very short question. Some documents we have judgment and the Kitab solved. My question is it a Muslim judge, a Qadi, or is it a Christian judge? You understand my question?
Yeah, it's completely Christian. It's an internal Christian conflict, and all the procedure is intern to the Christian church in this case. Just there are a few mentions of, for example, Simon of Antioch, the patriarch who is coming to Damascus to visit the bishop, but he's already in conflict with him. He goes to the secretary of the Amir of the region. So there are some references like that, but otherwise it's the patriarch, so the main authority of the church, who is judging, giving a judgment with the assembly of bishops to remake peace in Damascus among the Christian inhabitants. Sorry? Yes, they are written in Arabic. Yes, it's in Arabic. The two manuscripts date from the 10th, 11th centuries, so they are quite early manuscripts, and they copy documents dating from 876 for the judgment and 898-91 for the other documents. And they were the series shows that they were collected by David of Damascus himself, because we have some between some of the documents small sentences of transition saying I did this and that, and it's obvious that it's that David is speaking of himself. So.
People who are following us on YouTube. I close the session and I should give the instruction now for the answer. Not forget. I can close it. Ciao.